Isn't that funny? Because I've not seen this since I've been at Sewing Street. I've only ever seen that at Sewing Quarter. Oh, look! I'm sure that's not what they're for, but they fit perfect. Yeah, okay, I did this one 3 years ago. That's the last time I did this, was 3 years ago. I don't think that's what it's for, but do you think they use that wood to make those? I don't know. Yeah, it's funny that it fits in, but it's a bit heavy to travel. Put your rulers in there. Lovely, isn't it? Make sure you check out on that one. I'll just put that one over there for down. Right, where am I going next?
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Do. I love that jingle. It really gets me in the mood. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the weekend. This is Sewing Street, and I'm Stuart Hillard. Now, let's start the day as we always do. Actually, as we sometimes do, with not one, but two early birds. You heard me right. I've got two early birds today. Let's dive in with the first one. These are rainbow unicorn embroidery scissors. How cool is this? No unicorns were harmed in the making of these. Can you see? You've got the little unicorn up on its, I wouldn't say paws, but their hooves, with the horn, all in rainbow. I'm gonna get these out and show you. How cool are they? Absolutely gorgeous. Made by the Quilted Bear, and you know me, I love a bear. These are gorgeous. Look, even the blade is rainbow. Absolutely beautiful and beautifully sharp as well. Perfect for trimming threads or not. Listen, it's our early bird. It should be £6.99, but not today. Not today. It's not £6.99. This is a great price. £3 off. They are £3.99. Now, absolutely gorgeous. Anything rainbow like this makes me think Tula Pink, because she did a whole rainbow AB range of scissors and gorgeous things. So if you've got those, this would be a lovely addition. The whole unicorn thing is just absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And I think these are so pretty. Now, I have only got double figures of this early bird. I started with triple figures, but you've already been checking out. Of course, anybody who checked out before the price drop still pays the lowest price. Everybody pays the lowest price here at Sewing Street. £3.99 for your rainbow unicorn embroidery scissors. Beautifully sharp, great for snipping your threads, great for snipping embroidery threads, or if you're doing gold work maybe, or cross stitch, but also really useful if you're a knitter, crocheter, for clipping the ends of your yarn, if you're weaving in the ends. Also great for patchworkers, quilters, dressmakers, again, snipping threads, snipping notches, snipping into your curves, anything like that at all. Should be $6.99. It's an absolute bargain price at $3.99 because it's the first of 2 early birds. And don't forget as well, once you've opened your shopping basket and checked out once, you paid your $4.95, thank you, postage for the day. Okay, which means that however many times you check out, you only pay 1 postage. Absolutely brilliant. Now, I think lots of you are multi-buying these as thinking gifts. Great to have in your present drawer, if you have a present drawer. I have a present cupboard. Really, really great as a little gift for somebody. Lovely stocking filler type thing. And also lovely just as an addition. Do you know what I would do? I think I would maybe make something like a decorative cord or a tassel to hang off the end, or even a watt bow, maybe a gorgeous cross-stitch watt bow to hang off the end and really make them special. But they are gorgeous. It's our Rainbow Unicorn scissors, 4-inch in length. $3.99 a £3 saving because it's our first early bird. But I said 2 early birds, didn't I? So let's move on to our second. Now, our second early bird is a beautiful rainbow bundle of Lewis and Irene bumbleberries. Now, I love the story of how bumbleberries got their name. It was actually when Hannah, who's the creative director at Lewis and Irene, was pregnant with her son Felix, she referred to her bump as bumbleberry. And all the time she was pregnant, she referred to bumbleberry. And then when Felix was born, he wasn't called Bumbleberry, fortunately. But when they created this range of blenders, they thought that was a gorgeous name to give it. I think that's such a fun story. Anyway, let's dive in. Our second early bird is a bundle. Now, you've got 8.5 meters of gorgeous bumbleberries here, 100% cotton. And we've done a beautiful rainbow. So a gorgeous stash builder. It is an early bird, so it should be $59.92. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see the early bird price. Oh, now that is absolutely fantastic. £10 off the bundle, which is more than half a metre for free. Absolutely brilliant. Now, if you think about that, if you were saving £10, if this was like, you know, fabric, this would be like on sale fabric in a quilt shop. Absolutely beautiful. You've got that gorgeous bubblegum pink there. Really lovely, sort of clean, beautiful, bright bubblegum pink. You've got a proper, true London bus red. Then you've got this fabulous pumpkin orange, a really gorgeous carrot orange. Gorgeous, clear, bright, golden yellow. I mean, all of these colours are wonderfully saturated, aren't they? Great to mix and match with your other Lewis and Irene fabrics, but also maybe with panels, maybe with solids. The quilt that's hanging behind me could be made with this bundle. It's my stepping out quilt. Very, very easy to make. I made this with the Crafty Lass Rainbow Garden range, but this would be absolutely beautiful using our early bird, and such an easy make. If you want the pattern for stepping out, just have a look on the website. So you've got that gorgeous turquoise then, moving from greens into blue. You've got that fabulous inky navy, and then last of all, this wonderful, almost sort of grape purple. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to shift the end. Okay. Whichever way you split it, it is beautiful. And you're saving £10. If you're multi-buying this, and some of you are multi-buying this bundle, you will get 2 bundles of it's pre-cut, okay? So they won't be joined together. 8 half meters, absolutely brilliant, and such a brilliant thing to have in your stash. But as I say, if you wanted to make the stepping out quilt hanging behind me, this would be a brilliant start. Now I've also got, while this is here, I'm going to grab my solid bundle. Now this is a separate bundle, this isn't an early bird, but if I just lay this on here so you can see, actually I'm going to move the pink and the purple to the far end. So you could actually, we'll bring the graphics in later for this, but you could actually team both together within a quilt. This would be absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. I will show you this later, but I just wanted to let you know, and wouldn't that make your fabrics go further, however you use them. I am launching the brand new Tilda range tomorrow, Wallflower. Now, you know, blenders added in with your designer collections give you so much bang for your buck, and they also sort of make the whole cost of the project come down. £10 saving. Absolutely superb. Love that. Love that. 4 meters in total. So 2 early birds today, the Quilted Bear Rainbow Unicorn embroidery scissors and this fabulous rainbow bundle, because it's Pride Month. June is Pride Month, and we're celebrating that LGBTQ plus community. Absolutely beautiful. Right, that's our rainbow bundle. Shall we move on? Let's do the menu. Let's see what's coming up today. All right, so we're starting off with rainbow is my favourite colour. Fabrics, absolutely beautiful. I've got a brand new Jason Yent fabric collection to share with you, and it comes as no surprise, it's gorgeous. Now, at 9 o'clock, I've got the fabulous Helen McCook with me today for 2 hours. The first hour, well, we've got these beautiful darning needle case kits, but I've got so many other gorgeous projects as well. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Lots of different colourways of different things today. We've got some gorgeous tools from Helen. Really beautiful. Stick around for that hour. Right, at 10 o'clock, Dave Green is in the house with the Green Machine. I have got fabulous starter bundles. I have got like Diamante rivets. They are so cool. I have got like jeweled rivets. I have got skull rivets. My goodness me. Yeah, they're brilliant. And Dave's going to be giving us a whole look at the Green Machine. So if you haven't already got yours, what are you waiting for? Now, at 11 o'clock, Helen McCook is back with her Over the Rainbow panel canvas work bag. So beautiful, these bags. There's like a neon version, and then there's also like a traditional vintage stuff. That is gorgeous. Heritage, that one's called. Both of them are stunning. And then there's one called Over the Rainbow, which is larger. I think you could probably get something like an iPad in it. Get an iPad, couldn't you? Yeah. Isn't that stunning? And it's one easy stitch, but incredible, stunning results. Using an ombre yarn, so clever. Helen's going to be showing that at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, I have got 2 of my favourite sewing machines. I've got the Brother FS250, yes, at that unbelievable price, with all of the extras, so fantastic. But I've also got the VQ4, which is the ultimate sewing and quilting machine. If you want to treat yourself and you want to get, goodness me, a machine that is going to see you through probably the next 10 years of amazing use, stick around for the VQ4. It is truly fabulous. And, again, at a very, very special price. What a morning. Don't forget to get your messages in. Facebook at the moment isn't on because it's, well, I mean, it is on for you to watch, but I haven't got my iPad on because the battery is feeling very, very low. My battery, however, is feeling very, very full, so we will grab that as soon as it's charged up. Right. Let's jump in. Let's jump in. Let's start with that gorgeous Rainbow Solids bundle because, I mean, you know, I love designing quilts using solids, and they are great value. They pack a punch, and they are just beautiful to work with and give such clarity in design. Now, this bundle right here, you are saving the cost of 1 metre. That is 2 of these fabrics completely free. So you're getting 7 different colours. You've got that gorgeous imperial purple. You've got that fabulous bubblegum pink, a proper red, proper orange, gorgeous bright yellow, a fabulous kind of Kelly green, and then that really beautiful cobalt blue as well. Half a metre of each and paying just £27.93. I'd love a message. I was wondering where you were. Oh, Chantal, thank you. Oh, good morning. Gorgeous Stuart. What pretty fabrics. Thank you. That's very kind of you. They are beautiful. Wait till you see the Jason Yenter. Ah, it's stunning. It's stunning. Another message, another message. Love it. Nice to see you back, Stuart. Have a lovely weekend. Thank you, Michelle. It's wonderful to be back. I've got a fabulous weekend for you. Stick around for the whole thing, won't you? Right, we are looking at the moment at these gorgeous Cotton Solids Bundle Rainbow Mix. Now, this is Rose and Hubble fabric, so beautiful quality. These are the fabrics that I use for things like my New Mexico quilt and my Sierra Nevada quilt. I think the quality of these fabrics is beautiful. These are fantastic to add into your stash for blending with designer ranges, but also they work wonderfully on their own. The quilt hanging behind me, stepping out, a very simple quilt, very effective, very easy. This would look amazing done in solids. If you have a look on the website, you'll be able to find the pattern for stepping out. And there is actually a rainbow solids version in the pattern. So if you get this range here, very, very economical, £27.93. What is the actual money saving, Chris? Is it £7.99 a metre, the solids fabric? It is a fantastic saving. Yeah, brilliant, brilliant, gorgeous. Don't worry, it's fine. Keep going through for that. That is going to sell out. That is going to sell out. It's proven very, very popular. Lots in baskets. You get half a metre of each, and I'll just show you what half a metre looks like. That is your half metre. And you're getting 7 of those. Fantastic value. Absolutely fantastic. You haven't... Go on. Oh, okay. Well, just... Chris, our producer... Isn't it? Oh, it's 1 metre free. It's 1 metre free. Oh, hello. Go on, Chris. Let's do it. I thought that was the Crash Bright. Stop it! 19.95. Okay, loads of you have already checked out your baskets. I suspect the remaining stock is going to disappear very, very fast. That is absolutely amazing. 19.95 for 3.5 metres of beautiful Rose and Hubble cotton solids. Now, I need to let you know, I've now only got 15 bundles left. I had lots more, 14 now. That is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Wow, I've got 8 bundles left. It's about to sell out. Absolutely gorgeous. What a bargain. What a bargain. What a way to start a weekend. Woohoo! 4 left. Let's have another minute. Oh, 1 left. What? It's gone. It's gone. Good morning, you lovely lot. It's raining. You know what that means? Sewing Street. It's going to be a good day. Carolyn, it is wonderful to have your company. And we'll keep it bright and sunny in here. I did notice actually this morning it was pretty wet. Great for the garden, though. My garden is absolutely rampant at the moment. Is yours? Everything is growing like weeds, but actually it is so packed with flowers, my garden this year. There's no room for weeds. I think I found the secret. Well done if you got that. Now, I've got another really brilliant product for you and a very, very fabulous price. We're sticking with that kind of rainbow theme. This is a set of 12 storage boxes, like mini storage boxes. Now I'm going to get them out. Now, if you were watching during Manager's Specials week, you might recognise these because we had these as a Manager's Special. Now, the price on these is $19.99, okay, and you get 12, which is a brilliant price, okay, but they were a Manager's Special, and the price dropped. And I said to our producer, Chris, this morning, are we going to be able to match the Manager's Special price? And he said, I'll see what I can do. I don't know if he can do it or not, but we shall see. $19.99 for 12 storage boxes. These are brilliant. Fantastic size. These would be great for things like bag making findings, your green machine, rivets and studs and things like that could go in here. It could be button storage. It could be embroidery threads on little cards. There's so many different ways you could use these. You get 12 snap top lids and they are stackable. They've basically got it all going on. Now let's look at the price. $19.99. Can we match the Manager's Special price? I don't know. Chris is saying in my ear, yes, we can. There you go. $14.99. Absolutely fantastic. You get 12. They're stackable. They're so useful. And look at that. Different configurations. You can see what's in them as well. I think these are really fabulous. I mean, storage is just worth its weight in gold in any craft space. You could even, if you wanted to, like in the kitchen, you could store things like bags of spices. I wouldn't tip them in because I don't know whether these are food safe or not, and there's different regulations. But if you kept them in the bags, I buy my spices in bags, they could go in there and they get sort of sealed in. Yeah. Very useful. Yeah, you could, yeah, I think they're brilliant. But I mean, I'm getting into bead weaving at the moment. I'm obsessed with bead weaving. It's like my little downtime thing to do. It's great. And so I'm getting all these gorgeous seed beads in various colours. But of course, I need storage for them. And these are just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's a whole new hobby, a whole new obsession. But whatever you enjoy doing, there are little components to every hobby, aren't there? To every craft, there are little bits and bobs. You know, knitters, crocheters have things like stitch markers and things like that. These are just super useful, whatever your craft. $14.99, we have matched the Manager's Special price. So Chris made a fabulous effort to do that. Well done, Chris. Should we just say a quick hello to the gallery, by the way, while we're mentioning? Chris is a new producer for us. So Chris, say hi. Hey, Chris. Hello. Wrong way. There he is, you cheeky chappy. And Bruce, of course. And we've got Dan on floor. Where's Dan? Where's Dan? He's always hiding. He's always hiding. Right, keep going through for those, won't you? Each one of them is 0.2 litres. I don't know how helpful that is. To me, it doesn't sort of really tell me how big it is. I suppose it's 200 millilitres, but even so. But actually thinking about the size in there, I'm thinking things like D-rings, rectangular rings, strap sliders for bag making. So many, could be things like your machine needles, your hand sewing needles. Lots and lots of uses for them. Keep everything secure and safe. Pop them in your bag when you're going to a class. Everything stays organised. Love that. Storage is always really expensive. If you can get it on a special deal like today, I mean, it really is fab. Right, okay, that's that one. Now, up next, let's do the Jason Yenter. I'm super excited every time we have a new Jason Yenter fabric range on. This one is divine. Now you get 15 different fabrics in this range, and just come and have a look at this. It is like stained glass, and it is so delicious. Now I'm thinking there's 3 colorways to this. So we've got a kind of all over rainbow. Then we've got kind of purples, pinks, blues. And then we've got these kind of autumnal shades. I don't know if that, I'm thinking that probably goes there. I don't know, I'm probably taking myself down a dark alley here. Oh, I mean, how delicious is that? It is stunning. And everything kind of has, it's almost kind of batik-y, watercolour, painted. It's digital printing. It's digital printing. Now, 127.35 for 15 half metres, 7.5 metres in total, but you're getting half a metre for free. You're saving £8.49. That brings the price down to 118.86. £4.95 postage, but if you've already bought anything else, your postage is paid. Now, I just need to let you know, I have only got 10 of these bundles, and that's it. That's all we've got in the company. I've got a couple of bits and pieces, you know, and I've got some by the half metre. But in terms of the bundle, with that fabulous saving, I've only got 10 bundles. And it is stunning. I've kind of separated it out. This one potentially, I think, will pop over there. Just stunning range of colours. I love all these blues and purples, really beautiful. You can mix and match to your heart's content. Very, very easy. They work together so beautifully. You don't have to stick to one colourway. You can just pick out a few different ones, a few of your favourites. I'm just going to pop those together. And that in itself is a stunning, you could make a gorgeous quilt with that. Maybe a bit of black solid or navy blue solid, something like that. Or even, I'm going to grab the navy from my Lewis and Irene bundle. So if you wanted a dark coordinate, great. If you wanted something a bit lighter and brighter, look, here's the golden yellow from the Lewis and Irene. And in fact, I'm going to tuck that in just here so you can see how that works. How gorgeous is that? So don't forget, we've got that Lewis and Irene rainbow bundle. I said it will kind of go with anything, and indeed it will. This is lovely, absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful range of fabric. Lots and lots of different colour options there. And you get 15 half metres. So such a lot of good stuff to play with. Brand new today, by the way, brand new today. Now, we do have these fabrics by the half metre. It is actually slightly larger collection than that, but we've got such little of the other two fabrics. Well, they haven't been put in the bundle. If you wanted to get them at this stage and add them in, you could do. So there's our mega bundle. I think that is stunning. If you've got my Galleria quilt pattern, that would look amazing. Garden Maze, incredible. Single figures left on this bundle now, by the way. You save £8.49. And don't forget as well, you can go split pay on this if you want to. There are 2 split pays available, so you can get this home for £59.43. Split pay is really useful sometimes. Tanya, thanks for messaging. She says, good morning, Stuart. Your We Love Scrap Quilting booklet arrived yesterday. I am so looking forward to getting a brew and having a good read. Thank you, Tanya. And also, that's really kind of you. I appreciate that. And there is loads of pages at the start, which is all kind of how to organise your scraps, how to tame them, how to make them as beautiful as the day you bought the fabric. That's so important. And also, just to let you know, that completely sold out, that booklet, and broke the channel record. Thank you. But we've got them printed and back in stock, and we will have that on the show on Monday. This is lovely. Right, let me push this to one side because I'm just going to grab the other 2 fabrics that aren't included in that bundle. But look, they are absolutely from the range. We'll start with 97. That's this one. These are the 2 fabrics, though. Look, and I mean, these 2 on their own. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? A beautiful bag? Can you see them? Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, these are the two that aren't in the bundle. I think these would be stunning. Just the two fabrics together for a bag. The graphics are for this one right here. I'm going to open it up. So this is by the 1/2 metre. Now, I need to let you know I have got 5.5 metres of this fabric left, and that is all. Okay? This would be the most amazing fabric for a border on a quilt. You could do something like stack and whack or one block wonder with this. There's lots going on. It is absolutely stunning. I'm going to hold it up actually so you can see the whole print across 1/2 metre. That is absolutely luscious, isn't it? So vibrant, and you've got these beautiful sort of swirling, almost folk art painted flowers. Only got 5 metres left now. In fact, 4.5 metres left on this. This would be lovely for dressmaking. It is a gorgeous, light, soft quilt weight cotton. Beautiful, beautiful. It's like William Morris and Tula Pink met and said, let's do a fabric together. But Jason Yenter's designs are incredible. I think he's very talented. And I think he's head designer, isn't he, in the Beginning Fabrics. Beautiful, beautiful. His output is incredible. And his colour use is divine. Got quite traditional use of colour, but in non-traditional designs. So for someone like me who loves kind of the traditional looking colours and colourways and things like that, but wants a fresh modern look, I think it's absolutely ideal. Really gorgeous. There is only 3.5 metres of that one left. If you want that, you'll need to be quick. Right, the other one that isn't in the bundle, this is a very, very useful fabric. I think it's gorgeous. Now, I know this looks like a batik, because it's got that sort of, you know, different shading across it. If you look at the selvage, you'll see that something's missing, which is that normally those colour spots are different colours to show the different screens, if it's screen printed. But this isn't screen printed, this is digital printed. So there could be easily 60 or 70 different shades in a fabric. Gorgeous, aren't they? I've got 2 metres of this one left. This would be a great fabric to have in your stash to go with so many different ranges. It's lovely. That will sell out. Be quick, won't you? Just literally 2 metres left. All right, they're the two that aren't. Let's have a look at the individual fabrics from the bundle. I'm going to grab the rainbow coloured ones first of all. These are the ones that have all the different kind of colours in them. And I'm going to start off with VF51. All right, so this, wow, 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 look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is so pretty, isn't it? Oh, there's my hands for scale. Absolutely divine. All those gorgeous rainbow colours. I love it. Now, you could make yourself a scarf to go with a black dress or black jacket to give it some vibrancy. This would be amazing for a shirt, wouldn't it? But also, think a quilt border. Now, I'm just going to grab this fabric for a second. If you're thinking any fabric that you look at and think, well, that would be nice to stash for a quilt border in the future, get yourself about 2 metres. If you can, get yourself 2. I mean, 1 metre will do about a 4-inch border on this sort of size quilt. But if you get 2 metres, then you've got enough for sort of some blocks and things like that. But if I don't know if this is the right size, but can you imagine that as a border around the quilt? And I would probably put just a little bit of black into the quilt as well. That could look amazing, absolutely amazing, and still have that black and white stripy binding round the edge. I think that's absolutely glorious. Sue's got in touch. Thank you, Sue. Good morning to you. She says, Jason Yenter has just posted on his Facebook page how they print, then add the metallic to his design. Every day is a school day. Love his design. Isn't that cool when you see sort of behind the scenes of your craft and see how things are made? It's really cool. I'll check that out later. Jason Yenter's Facebook. This is stunning. This is stunning. I literally unfolded that live. I hadn't looked at that fabric as a whole. That is so beautiful. I do only have 12 metres of that fabric left. If you're buying that for a border, as I say, about 2 metres is a very stashable amount. Right, next up, still in the rainbow, let's go ending 6.5. This has perhaps a slight more formal layout. Wow, that is stunning. So this is done in these sort of wide bands of colour that sort of overlap and work between each other. Now, straight away, I'm thinking about either stack and whack, where you're layering up identical cuts of fabric and then cutting through 8 layers together, or fussy cutting, individual motifs, or something like, I've shown this before, it's a brilliant technique, where you literally just cut squares, again 4 layers of fabric, identical layers, and then cut the squares into quarters. And then you have 4 quarters that are all the same, and you sew them together. And you can create these amazing kaleidoscope effects. It's ever so clever. That would be, again, absolutely brilliant. This would also make a really good border fabric because you could, if you cut this, I'm just going to fold this, you know, something like, what a gorgeous border that would make. But equally, if you were to cut a narrower border, and this of course is a type of fussy cutting, you know, that would be beautiful, but also that is very beautiful as a border or a shoulder strap, or do you know what I mean? You've still got this incredible array of colours. This is stunning. Mirrored floral. It's really lovely, isn't it? What lovely range. Oh, a skirt, yeah. Chris, our producers, yes, black, plain black top maybe, skirt in that. Very nice, very nice. These are lovely. Right, let's move on. Okay, let's do QM13. Got that one? Yeah, brilliant. Right, so this is, ooh, look at that. So overall, you've got this kind of diamond shapes. Can you see sort of rounded diamonds? Now, here's a thought. This would lend itself so well, obviously in the front of the quilt, but as a quilt backing, okay? And I'll tell you why. Because I would quilt from the back. Because you see this fabulous, this is my quilting line. So I would have this on the back of my quilt, and then when I quilt my quilt, I would have this on the top, and the piece stuff underneath, and I would quilt from this side, and I would do my quilting line straight through the centre, and then you haven't got to mark anything. And this is going to be your quilting, and that would work so well. You could also use this again for things like borders. If I just fold this down, you've got a very sort of, when you fold it, you can sort of see that repeat, yeah? But equally, if I fold that in half, that is also, you've got this kind of wave that you could have as your border. Very, very useful again. Gorgeous range of colours. Right, next one ends 4-6. They've all got this little bit of black in, which really makes the colours pop, doesn't it? Quite limited on stock on this one as well. Again, you've got lots of opportunities in there for fussy cutting, because here you've got this sort of, you've got this repeating design. Now, just be, if you are doing fussy cutting with a fabric like this, just be aware that the colorations vary, but there is a repeat. So here's the next identical repeat of that one. You see, even though you've got this one here, this isn't. The coloration is different. Nice for a bag. That one, very nice for a bag. Okay, right. Those are the multicoloured ones. Now I've also got the kind of autumn palette. There are 4 fabrics there. And again, just while I've got these in front of me, I'm just going to grab a couple of, you see, you've got things like your bumbleberries. These bumbleberries that I've picked are from the Rainbow Early Bird. Okay, so they would work really well here too. So well worth getting that bumbleberries bundle if we've got any left. Right, let's go through these. I'm going to start with this fabric because I just think it's stunning and very useful. This Enzo 2. Okay, so again, you've got those gorgeous variations in colour. The pinks, the oranges, the yellows. Yeah. This is the same design as the green that I showed you earlier. But I think there's even more colour variation in there, isn't there? It's gorgeous. And I was thinking that looks like a sunset, and it is actually called sunset, so there we go. I'm on the same wavelength as Jason Yenter. I wish. There we go. Right, next up, I've got ending 90. This is almost like a sort of starburst. Little hexagons almost. Very, very smart for bag making again. I think that would be luscious. Just be aware with all of these, the amounts I've got are not huge by any means. I've got pretty limited stocks of these. Yeah, a shirt would be gorgeous. A blouse would be fantastic. Great in your patchwork and quilting as well. It's all quilt weight cotton, digitally printed. Now, my top tip when you're working with digitally printed fabrics is to use a microtex needle, which has a very slim sharp point, and I would go with a 70 or a 75, so a nice fine needle, okay? You will get the best stitching. It just works brilliantly. The way that digital printing is done, the design is almost kind of sprayed on the top of the fabric. So you see with digital print fabrics, the colour doesn't go through to the back. You can still see all the white fabric on the back. So it sits on the surface. So you want a needle which is going to pierce the fabric really cleanly, which is why you need a 70 or a 75 microtex. That's my tip. Okay. Next up, these are almost like little, I don't know, like chandelier droplets. Yes. This has got a little of that gorgeous purpley pink blending in with those hot sunset colours too. Again, this would be amazing for something like a binding. Yeah, definitely a quilt fabric. Or lining a bag. Beautiful. I love, can you see there's almost like a little fine stripe running through? You have to be pretty clever. Can you see? So for me, those look like little chandelier droplets from like a very modern chandelier. I go to some fancy places. You know, little glass droplets, or maybe, I don't know, baubles or teardrops. Stunning. Yeah, it's lovely. These sort of colour variations that you get are really only possible in either a batik fabric or like hand-painted batik or digital printing. It is a brave new world. It's wonderful. Next one then is 72. This, actually, for me, has got a little bit of a Celtic look to it. Because you can sort of see almost, you know, like the kind of interwoven Celtic knots. Love that little pop of turquoise and green in there as well. So this would marry really well then if I grab the more kind of purple and pink. You can see there we've got that little bit of turquoise that you could start introducing that more golden colour. And if I reach for a little bit of bumbleberries, again, you can see how you can start to make this work. This is how, if you think there's no yellow in there, but there's turquoise there. So the turquoise brings the fabrics together, and then we add more of this, and now the whole palette makes sense. I'll try the orange, Chris. Yeah? Probably add both then. Yeah, there we go. Now we've brought out the orange and the yellow. All right, then that's enough suggestions from you, Chris. Brilliant. Love that. £8.49.5 metre. And these are all cut to order, remember. So if you want 2.5 metres, order 5 units. It'll come as a continuous piece. Right, so that's the kind of autumny colourway. And then the last one is those kind of gorgeous blues and purples mixed with a little bit of green. So I'm going to grab the large scale print first, and that ends 4.9. Okay, so here's this gorgeous range. I think this is stunning. This is a very lovely bundle in its own right. I mean, it isn't a bundle, but if you wanted to make your own, you could. I'll show you this fabric first. So this is like the hero print. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. And you've got, do you see as well, all of the sort of tonal variations? It's almost distressed in a sense, or kind of, you know, got texture to it. I'm just going to grab this is the gorgeous bubblegum pink from the bumbleberries, and this is the grape purple. Now both of those work really well, and do you see how it gives it a totally different flavour? It brings out the pinks and purples more. This was from our got navy. You could I would put black with this, really make it pop. There we go. That's the large scale print. Let's do ending 8.5 next. £8.49.5 metre again. Sorry, I can't read any of your Facebook messages at the moment. I've got 5% battery on the iPad. You can still get messages in, and as soon as it's fired up, I will read them. Go on. That's enough, Chris. That's hilarious. Just remember, no one likes an overachiever. Sue, you're so right. You're so right. I mean, I want to give Chris a chance, you know, but don't be starting to put colour combinations together, Chris. That's definitely above your pay grade. No, I'm kidding. I'm open to all suggestions. You know, at the end of the day, there's no right or wrong colour combinations. There are some which will appeal to more people more of the time. But at the end of the day, if you're making a quilt for yourself or a bag for yourself, the only person's opinion that counts is yours, nobody else. You know? There are no wrong colour combinations. And the more I travel, the more I see how different cultures and different countries use colours, it is a revelation, isn't it? Because you think the colour wheel is just one way of putting colours together. It is not the only one. You've got to do what makes you happy. These are beautiful, absolutely gorgeous fabrics, stunning colours, £8.49.5 metre and cut to order. Right, this one I think is stunning. This ends 1.4. This is that little almost kind of starburst, sort of set around hexagons, but that colourway is just so beautiful, so beautiful. If I just, I'm going to grab, this is the other one. So this is kind of, this is sunset. And then this one is like the dead of night. Lovely, aren't they? And really only achievable with digital printing. It's revolutionary actually in the industry, and I think designers now will be designing fabrics differently to take advantage of basically endless colour. I was talking to a fabric designer the other day who had done a design for digital printing, and when they worked it out, there were 2,000 different shades in the fabric. And back when it was all screen printed, you can't possibly have 2,000 different screens. But with digital printing, it's possible. It's no different. So cool. Right, next up, ending 9-7. So this is that little sort of almost like Celtic knot. The little touch of pink in here as well. It's very smart, isn't it? And in that colourway, it does have quite a sort of, for me, quite a Scottish look to it. Because it's sort of the colour of tartan. You've almost got a gingham-like structure, almost like a woven structure. Do you know what I mean by that? It's sort of got woven-looking check. And then you've got that little Celtic look. It's very clever fabric. Yeah, there's a lot of detail in there. Yummy. Right, another of my favourites, 3/8. It's always the ones which are a little kind of plainer, because these just offer endless possibilities, don't they? Oh, I've only got 3 metres of that left. You've spotted that one. I thought you might. You see, whatever other fabric you use, I'm going to just grab. Do you remember this bit of gorgeous? Do you see that? Just that combination. Oh, lovely. Very nice. Right. Chandeliers. Ending 5-4. Again, I'm amazed we've got any of that left. If you want to multi-buy it, remember, we sell it in half metre increments. So 3 units is 1.5 metres. Beautiful. A dress would be beautiful, Chris. That is a great suggestion. I'll let you have that one. Sue, we'll let him have that one, shall we? Because that was actually quite a good suggestion. It's our first day working together. I'm just setting the ground rules. That's all I'm doing. All right, last one. Pretty. That's pretty. Now that actually, I mean, when you look at it from afar, you sort of get a sense of, oh, not that far away, Bruce. When you look at it far away, I sort of see this gorgeous kind of slightly rococo look. Oh, I've only got 1/2 metre left. But when you get closer, it's almost like cogs and wheels and the workings of a watch that have been laid out. And, do you know what I mean? Or bobbins or something like that. It's got an almost, yes, a sort of a rotary engine. It's gorgeous. Wow, what a lovely collection. Just want to quickly recap the mega bundle where you get all of the fabrics, all of these, and all of these. 15 half metres of beautiful, brand new Jason Yent fabric. So many different options here. You get 1/2 metre of everything. I have only got 6 of these bundles left, and then it's gone. And that will be gone for good because we can't get these fabrics back in. It's a kind of one and done, I'm afraid. But if you love that, I think that is stunning, an absolutely stunning collection. And just right, I would mix black solid with it and possibly some bumbleberries, but just beautiful. Right, there is one more option to get a little bit involved with the new Jason Yent fabric, and that is a little bundle of 3 fat quarters for £12.74. If you want to make a little something, now again, you could mix this with solids, you could mix it with bumbleberries or a tone on tone, and you could make a little quilt, or you could make a bag, or something like a table runner. So these are the 3 fabrics you get. Oh, a question from Kat. I love a question. Morning, Stuart. If a fabric is digitally printed, does it still need washing before using it for dressmaking? And that's from Kat. That's a really good question, Kat. I think if you're in the groove of pre-washing fabrics for dressmaking, then I would recommend that you pre-wash any fabric that's washable. So yes, I still would. The pre-washing, I would say, nowadays is more about dealing with any very minimal shrinkage before you make your garment up, because you wouldn't want it to shrink. It's not so much about colour run. Obviously, it depends what fabrics you're using. If you're using a, you know, I don't know, a linen fabric that you found, you know, on holiday, and, you know, I would throw that in the wash always. These, I would probably steam press them, certainly for patchwork and quilting. I'd iron them with some steam, and that would be good enough. For dressmaking, I think if you always pre-wash, then pre-wash. So I hope that helps. It's a bit of a woolly answer, I realise. Look, you've got 1/2 metre of these 2, and then, sorry, not 1/2 metre, a fat quarter, and then you get a fat quarter of that. And even a fat quarter is delightful, isn't it? So a fat quarter of that, a fat quarter of that, and a fat quarter of that. And again, just slide in a couple of solids, and you've got a gorgeous... See, even that little pop of white, you could put white with this just to freshen the whole thing up. £12.74, not many left. Okay, right, some rainbow felt. This is a little rainbow hour. So, a couple more things to look at. This is our rainbow felt bundle. Now, £10.89, you're getting 11... Oh, Chris is saying, nah. Oh, wow. Okay, 11 sheets, 9-inch squares. You get 11 of them. £6 off, £4.89. That means you're paying less than 50 pence per square. Fabulous. Let me show you the colours you've got. So here's your rainbow, and it is beautiful. You've got your soft pink, 9-inch square. You've got your hot pink, or like a fuchsia, a gorgeous proper purple, Cadbury purple, I'll say it, red, London bus, carrot orange. This is lovely. This is sort of literally like an orange yellow. That is a beautiful, beautiful colour. Then this is really sort of neon yellow. Wow. Somebody get me sunglasses. Kelly green. Then you've got a jade. You've got a beautiful sort of Santorini aqua. And then you've got cobalt. 11 different. Isn't that beautiful? Really stunning. And of course, felt is great. It doesn't fray. It doesn't need overlocking. You can pink the edges, give them a more decorative look. This would be lovely for things like penny rugs or little toys, hanging decorations. You can embroider. It's a great surface for embroidering on as well, is felt. Very, very nice. I've only got 8 of these bundles left. It's £4.89. You're saving £6. You save more than you spend. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Love it. This is why rainbow is my favourite colour. Now, with that in mind, let's do some panels. Right, okay, let's do the bags. So, I don't have the sample, but let's start with 32. This is a panel. It's a big panel. And it's to make the rainbow is my favourite colour messenger bag. Now, it's slightly tricky without the sample, but I'll do the best I can. So what you've got in this panel, this is complete. You don't need any other fabric at all. You get all the fabric for your outer bag, and it's a good-sized messenger bag, crossbody, shoulder strap. You get all of that. And you've got all the fabrics from the outside of the bag. You've also got all the fabric for the lining of the bag, but you've also got the ways to customise it. So this one is the dark version. So you've got this kind of dark linen texture for the outer bag. So you've got kind of front and back panels. You've got your flap. Now that's plaid, okay. And you've got things like your shoulder strap in the plaid. There's your lining as well. Your lining of your bag actually is this fabulous ombre rainbow. You might think that's too good for a lining. I say, why not make a second bag and use your own fabric for a lining? So you've got all of those. You've got pockets, all sorts. You've got full instructions for making it up into a bag. But then here's the bit that's customizable. So you've got these two long rainbow ombre chips. I mean, they're just beautiful to have anyway. But the idea is that when you're making the bag, okay, you get something like the flap and you cut it out, and then you're very daring. You put your rotary cutter down on there and you slice through your flap, okay? Then you get a little bit of strip, a thin strip, and you piece it in between and you sew the pieces back together with a thin strip of rainbow through the middle. And then you might cut it there through the middle, and you use a different rainbow strip and piece that in. And then once you've pieced those bits together, or it might just be a strip going through the centre, that looks really smart, or a wide strip there and a narrow strip there. And then what you do is you use the lining piece as your sort of template, and you cut this back to size, because obviously once you've stitched a few pieces in, it'll be a slightly different shape. So you just cut it back to size each time. And then you can put as much rainbow or as little rainbow into your bag as you want to, and then you just iron the pieces to some Beausoleil form, quilt it, and then make the bag up. And like I say, you get full instructions. You don't have to buy separate instructions. They are all there for $19.99. So that's the bright version. That's the brights. And then I also did a pastel version. We'll put those details up next. Now, I've got to admit, the pastel version is my favourite out of the two, mainly because I love the plaid, the silvery grey plaid. I think it's just really lovely and soft. So that's your plaid. That would be for things like your back pocket and your front flap. And then you've also got, look, this lovely silvery grey linen texture for the front and the back of the bag and things like that. Your rainbow lining is a soft pastel rainbow lining. And wait till I show you the gorgeous pastel chips. So these are your customise strips. You know, you're just going to cut maybe like an inch and a half wide strip from there, and then piece that into the front and back or the back pocket. And it's just really fun to do. Very liberating. Right, after the break, I'm going to be joined by the fabulous Helen McCook for an hour of beautiful embroidery. So don't go anywhere, and I'll see you after this.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently, what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions, and giveaways. And they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hi everybody, welcome to Sewing Street. This hour I'm joined by the fabulous Helen McCook. Helen, it's so good to have you back.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh my goodness, you brought so many beautiful projects
Lots
and
of
products.
goodies. Lots of goodies.
Stunning as always, and some fabulous tools that are so applicable for everyone, and also some gorgeous projects. We're going to jump straight in. We've got some lovely things. We've got with what? Sorry. Diamonds, yes. Okay, so we've got these gorgeous needle cases, and there are two different versions. You were telling me this is like a Viking technique.
Yes, so this is actually a darning technique. So you're putting stitches in one direction only. You're not changing direction with the majority of the embroidery work on it. And it's over a counted linen, but the Vikings actually used a technique that was very similar to this called smoig. Sounds like a Tolkien character, doesn't it?
It
sounds
does.
like should be a kind of something living in a cave.
Definitely.
Smoig, yeah, it's a really beautiful embroidery technique.
It's gorgeous. And look, it's double-sided as well. So this is on one side of the needle case. And then on the other, how fabulous. I'll just open it out so you can see. Absolutely incredible. This is $39.99, and you get everything in your kit to make the whole needle book. Let me show you the kit itself. So it all comes boxed up, which is really lovely. Everything's there. You've got fantastic instructions. I mean, super detailed instructions. Full colour, lots of photographs, kind of everything you're going to need if you've never done this before.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then inside the kit, look, you've got... These are your pages.
Yeah, so this is Doctor's flannel, which is the traditional fabric for needle cases, so that it doesn't rust your needles so quickly and your pins so quickly. So
and it's called Doctor's
flannel. So yeah, so it's the traditional. We've been using this since the kind of early Victorian period. So that's what I always put in my needle cases.
Very cool. So lots of pages, already pinked edges as well. That's a nice touch. You've got your lining fabric for the inside of your book. Then, I noticed we've got 2 needles.
Yes, so you've got a tapestry needle for your counted work on the counted fabric, and then you've got a sharp needle for when you're stitching the pieces together.
Amazing, that's great. And what kind of fabric is this that we get?
This is an even weave Belfast linen, which is a 32 count linen.
Lovely.
So nice traditional fabric.
And if we're feeling intimidated by using linen, if we've used, I mean, because lots of people have used Ada for cross stitch, and you can also do cross stitch on linen, can't you? But some people haven't tried that before. Is linen difficult to work with, easy to work with?
So I mean, what I would say is obviously you need to have an awareness of your ability to see it. What I would say is, because if you wear something or put something dark over your lap when you're working it, it shows through the holes a bit clearer. But equally, what I've done is I've popped quite a lot of fabric in the kit so that you can have a practice. So you can see that's a lot of fabric for this size needle case.
Oh, yeah.
So you can see, you can really have a go at practicing the patterns or practicing your count over the top, around the edges. So if you want to, you could potentially tack out the space and then have a practice with your threads.
Oh, that's great. That's great. And so are you, how many threads are you working over when you...
Single. So you're counting, so double strand, but you're going to count each hole. So some of the stitches are single, hole to hole. Some of them are up to, say, 7.
Okay.
So you can count the threads or the holes. So I've given you a nice clear grid pattern in here and really up close photographs so you can see the holes as well.
Sounds cool. I mean, it's an absolute beautiful thing. Perhaps not a complete beginner project, but with a little bit of experience of embroidery.
I'd say feeling confident. It's one of those things that you're going in one direction with your stitching. These are all kind of horizontal. But having said that, and it creates these beautiful patterns, which I always think is quite an illusion, isn't it? But it has a lot of depth to it. But having said that, the pattern's very clear. If you're feeling confident, then this is the one for you. Alternatively, we do have other options to have an entry level into it.
Great. Well, let's look at the entry level. That is gorgeous. Brand new today. That is the Diamonds darning needle case. And the darning is the technique used to create the embroidery. I think that is absolutely stunning. Right, I'll put that away. You get all of those embroidery threads, of course. Right, the next option is called Candy Stripe, and I'll show you that one. So this one, Helen, is, beautiful. And I can see a simpler technique.
Yeah, so exactly the same method. So you're still counting across the even weave linen. It's the same materials, different colour palette with the lining, but same Doctor's flannel on the inside, but you're literally counting, and all the stitches in this case are going in this direction, so that you're only having to worry about staying on the same row and counting nice and even with the stitches.
That looks lovely. And also it's got a really kind of fresh modern look to it as well, doesn't it? If I wanted to, could I do this on both sides?
Absolutely.
Or this on both?
Yeah, you've got plenty of material, you've got plenty of thread, and actually, if you're feeling confident, you've probably got enough of the linen and the thread to do 2 outers. But obviously you've got one lot of the lining and one lot of the flannel. So, but there's 4 sheets in there. So if you wanted to do 2 needle cases with 2 in each, that's an option. Use one of your lovely fabrics that you've seen earlier.
Oh,
They go beautifully on the inside as well.
It's brand new today. It's brand new today. Oh, and I like as well, could you personalise it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Names, dates, patterns that you like, you name it, you could pop it on there.
Oh, it's lovely. And it's like a proper little book. It's really quite thick. You get your lining fabric, of course, all your embroidery floss, 2 needles, your linen, and full, excellent instructions from Helen McCook. Here's that candy stripe kit. Let's just have a little look inside the box.
And these have been designed, these have never been seen before, like literally nobody's seen them. These have been designed for here, so...
Oh, amazing.
Kind of been exclusive for
Sewing Street. Doctor's flannel.
Yes.
What would doctors use it for?
I don't know.
Oh, Helen!
I'm sorry, we've got to admit, I'm not sure. It's, I just know that it's perfect. I'm assuming it was what they used to keep their tools, surgical tools and things in, and their surgical needles, because a lot of the people that originally made needles for embroidery also made surgical needles. So it makes sense for that to be that, but I wouldn't want to stake my shirt to it.
No, fair enough. I love a bit of speculation, though, Helen, so there's nothing wrong with that. There's all your gorgeous embroidery floss, apparently made in Rochdale.
Oh.
Oh, originally.
Very good.
That's literally all Chris has managed to find. Quick bit of research. Made in Rochdale.
Made in Rochdale.
Originally.
Love that.
Well,
I'm adding to my knowledge.
It's the real McCoy.
Every day's a school day.
Dates back to the 16th century.
Absolutely. The thing is, it's one of those, as I say, I quite often like to use traditional techniques and traditional methods and introduce people to them, explore them myself in ways that feel modern and contemporary and interesting for now.
I think this looks very fresh and contemporary. It's lovely. Of course, a lot of needle books now just have like bits of felt inside them. But this is the proper stuff for a needle book.
Absolutely.
This is Doctor's flannel. Very cool. Right, I'll pop that to one side. We have more new products. The mini hoop. Oh, this is super cute. So we're used to seeing embroidery hoops like this, but have you ever seen an embroidery hoop like this? Helen.
I know, it's so cute, isn't it? It looks like one for the doll makers, for the dollhouse decorators, but it's also, I think it's really beautiful. You could wear this as a little brooch, you could put a magnet on the back of it. You could put a ribbon on it and hang it around your neck, wear it as a necklace.
Yeah, yeah.
Or just enjoy it as it is. I just think it's just a lovely little curio, isn't it?
It's very cute.
Yeah.
Now, do I have Daisy mini hoop? Yes. Yep. So look, for £10, this is such an affordable way to get one of Helen McCook's kits. So it's boxed the same. It's lovely Tiffany blue.
Yes, I love that colour.
Beautiful. And then inside, again, really special and great for £10. You've got your full instructions. Now, this looks like it would be very difficult.
Do you know what? It isn't. It took me 15 minutes to do the whole thing.
Really?
Absolutely.
So it's a quick and easy project.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So look, you get your fabric. Wow.
Lots
I mean,
of
you've
fabric.
been super generous.
Yeah.
There's your fabric. There's your project. So yes, you've got your needle.
Yeah.
You've got your mini hoop. That's brilliant.
Just think they're fab, aren't they?
You've got a whole bobbin full of thread.
And your beeswax.
And your, oh, this is beeswax.
Yes, yeah, make them into little buttons. They're sweet, aren't they?
Very cute.
Who doesn't want a button of beeswax?
I think this is incredible value. I think this is incredible value. And then, now what do you call that?
So I'd say that's golden bright check, and then you've got a little faux pearl in there as well. So it's everything that you need to make that, with the exception of glue. So we're going to do all the embroidery, and then in the instructions it tells you very clearly the only thing that we do is I secured the embroidery into there by gluing the back. If you can just flip it over a second, you see the back is smooth, so you don't catch onto any of the fabric. So I glued that back on. You can use any craft glue to do that.
Okay.
It's a nice smooth surface, and it holds all of the back in place. but that's the only thing not included in the kit.
It's
But yeah.
ever so cute. Now, I can't believe the value as well. That whole bobbin full of thread, beeswax button, cute as a button that is. You've got your bright
check.
Bright check.
Yes, and your faux pearl.
Your faux pearl. You've got your little mini hoop.
Yeah.
I love anything mini.
Me too.
Oh,
It's like the
mini
borrowers.
toiletries. Oh,
It's
yes,
the best
please.
thing ever.
I'm obsessed with them. You
Yeah.
get all your lovely fabric. Is this a special kind of fabric?
So that's a little lightweight canvas.
Okay,
So it's
yeah.
nice and heavy. It's not going to be moving around. And that's big enough to put... I mean, you could work this in the hand, but you don't need extra layers, so it's nice and solid. And you've got loads of fabric there.
You
so.
certainly do. And you've got your needle included as well. And actually, if you've never tried... Now, would this be a gold work technique?
Yes, it is. So it's gold work that we're doing on there. You're doing little lazy daisies made out of the bright check. So little individual chain stitches, just circular around the central faux pearl. And it just creates that lovely little... You could put anything on here, even if you didn't want to do this. You could put, use your embroidery floss and do initials or anything, little heart.
I love
all
the
sorts
idea of making it
things.
into like a little brooch or a
Absolutely.
necklace.
And
gorgeous.
you could paint the wood as well before you pop your embroidery in there. If you wanted a particular colour on the outside, you could paint that, varnish
stain
it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very versatile.
Gorgeous. Yeah, really lovely. Or glue a magnet to the back. Loads you could do. And for £10, why not try a gold work technique? You've never tried it before, but you want to have a go. This is such an affordable, cute, practical thing. I love it.
People worry about gold work as well. They think it's very fancy pants and they're not sure about it, and it can be quite expensive. And what I sometimes like to do is to kind of do something that's really playful and charming and kind of give you a chance to have a little bite-sized chunk. And guaranteed, once you start gold work, this will be the entry into it. You'll be like, oh, the doors are open now. Let's get to the glitter.
It's stunning. I think that's I agree with you wholeheartedly. It's really nice, isn't it, to have an entry-level project. Kind of, ooh, this is cute. I
And
like
very
this.
achievable. It's something that you could really kind of sit down, get it done in an afternoon, like very easily. As I say, I know what I'm doing, so it took me like 20 minutes maximum, but it's something that you could sit down and do, and it's manageable.
Yeah.
And you can just get on and enjoy it then.
And you've been very generous with the kit as well. There's a lot in there. For £10. Right, quick message for you, Helen. This is from Peter, who's in Cardiff. Oh, Peter, thank you. We can always rely on our viewers. Thank you so much. He says, Doctor's flannel was favoured. As for needlebooks, the lanolin was believed to protect the needles. So there's actual lanolin in the...
because
it's a wool.
it's a wool cloth. Yeah, thank you, Peter. Nice to hear from you. Yeah, you're right. It's as I say, that's what stops it rusting. So,
Got you. Good old sheep, eh?
Absolutely.
Love our sheep. See, British Isles, such a fantastic producer of wool.
Absolutely.
But we've kind of, because everything's made of cotton these days, we forget how wonderful wool is.
Well, I think it's that thing. I think there's this resurgence recently where people are starting to appreciate it. It's a fantastic insulator. It keeps you cool when you're hot.
Yeah.
Keeps you warm when you're cold.
Yeah.
It's just so versatile. You know, they used to use it, for example, some of the wool cloths that we created when we went out and traded from the East India Trading Company, for example, we took them across to India. And from the points we were trading in India, we know they went across their lined samurai armour boxes.
Wow.
With a particular shade of red wool cloth. They know that they used them on tent linings in the Yemen and for camel blankets. It's such a versatile thing. So I think really appreciating those kind of fabrics that we do so beautifully and have done for centuries.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Very cool. It's very cool. Now, talking of something that's very cool, we're going to do the Flying Flame or Nur kits.
Or Nuet.
Oh,
yeah.
is it?
Or Nuet. There should be that should be an
not
E.
N-U-R.
There should be an E.
N-U-E. Nuet. Okay. Am I reading this wrong? Right. Now, can we have a look at the finished sample, please?
I think it's there.
Oh, it's here. Yes.
Yeah.
This is absolutely stunning. This will knock your socks off. Look at that.
All the glitter. Wow. Yeah, so this has got bright check in it, the same thread that you saw in the mini hoop, and then it's also got Japanese. But it's just a lovely mixture of techniques and using colour over gold. So Or Nuet literally is colour over gold, and it's a medieval technique that was developed in the Low Countries. as a response to Opus Anglicanum that we were creating in Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of my favourite techniques. I just love that mixture of all the colours and shades that you can get in there and that glitter, as you can see.
It is absolutely exquisite. Exquisite. Lots of you have already checked out your baskets prior to the show. Well done if you have. It's beautiful. I'm going to grab the kit out, if I may. I'll leave that to one side because I want to be able to still see. This is so beautiful.
Thank you. And it's really unusual to find kits in Ornue. As I say, it's one of my favourite. As we know, we all know I'm a history geek. But it does feel like a treasure trove when you dive into it, doesn't it?
It really does. Peter says he's been looking forward to this kit for months. Oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So you get your design printed on, is this like an organza?
So that's an organza, and you also get it printed onto the base fabric as well. And you have calico. So the idea is that you put the calico beneath this fabric to give it a bit of strength and stability, because we're doing a lot of work and plunging ends through. And then the organza goes on the wing, so you'll see on my sample later, it gives you just a bit of sheen and iridescence on that wing. So, yeah.
I'm going to move this to one side because I want you to see why I went, when I opened the box. Look.
Yeah.
The thing is, we're a special breed, aren't we? Sewers and
Absolutely.
stitches. The things that delight and excite us are things like, this is a box of delights.
Yeah.
So all of this bright check.
Yeah, so you've got 5 grams of bright check in all these different colours. You've got 35 metres of Japanese. You've got so many different things in there. All of the different colours, the rainbow of threads. So.
Look at those. I'm not even going to touch them because they're so beautifully laid out already.
I have to lay things out in colour order because it just makes me
high
happy.
Five. I've met my people. Dad, it's not just me. And then is this also bright check?
Yes, it's bright check in different colours. So you get the dark red, the light red, the dark green, the light green, an orange and a gold.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. There's a lot of kit.
This is making me very happy. Oh, it's fab. It's fab. Really beautiful. And so, you know where you've got these embroidery flosses, but then you've also got these. So how does that work together?
Yes, so what we're going to do is you can actually, you've got machine thread in there as well for where we're working over the gold and in gold colours.
Yeah.
But what you can do is there's beeswax in this pack here, where you can, all your needles are in this pack as well in the fabric. But what you can do is you can wax the stranded thread and use that with the corresponding colour of metal.
Oh.
So where you're going through,
matches.
yeah, absolutely. So where it's going through the metal, I would wax. Now, there's lots of different conversations with Ornue on how you work when you're working over the Japanese thread with colour. Some people like to wax the thread, some people don't. Now, personally, you'll notice in my kit, where I'm going over the Japanese thread, which is a very soft thread, which is this one, I don't actually wax the thread because I've chosen colours in particular shades and I want them to stay true to that colour when you see them on the top. So I haven't waxed all the threads that you see in these areas in the body, for example, and holding the wing down. But where we're using these little glittery chips of bright check through the details in the wings, the fillings and the tail, then I did wax, and that's all explained in the kit as well. So it does tell you where to wax, where not to wax. But if you want to wax all your working threads, the embroidery skeins, not the metals, never wax metals.
Got you.
Takes the shine off. That's absolutely fine too. If you prefer that and you're more comfortable with that, that still works beautifully.
Fabulous. I mean, the term heirloom gets bandied about way too much, but this is an heirloom, isn't it? This is a piece to spend time working on, to enjoy every single stitch, to create something which, well, I don't think anybody could fail to say wow.
I think it has a lot of impact. I think the mixture of the colour and the gold is always stunning. And what I'd really like is for people, this is the second time I've brought it. It's not been sold as a kit. Alternatively to that, it's only ever been sold here as a kit.
Okay, great.
So I brought it back because people were asking for it. What I would say is I know it's a considered purchase. There's a lot of stitching time to enjoy in there. There's a lot of materials in the kit, and they're all high quality materials. So I only use my Japanese thread comes from Japan, for example.
Yes.
So it's a really nice kit to work with. and you have extras, there's lots in your kit. You won't need all of this bright check. I'll give you extra because I have a mortal fear of you running out. So I always put extras.
Right.
But as I say, it's one of those things that I think it's something for everybody. There's so many people who, you know, say, oh, I love dragons, they're fantastic. And it's it's something for any age group and any kind of person, isn't it?
You know, when you finished it, I mean, obviously, actually framed in a hoop like that, it looks stunning, and it could be a bit... Are there any other ways that you use gold work?
So, I mean, you could put it in a box top, you could put it... I wouldn't necessarily put it onto a garment that you're going to wear every day or a bag that you're going to wear every day. But if you've got it, say you've got an evening bag and you've got a solid backing to it, that would be supported and it would be fine. So, you know, or a jacket that you wear that, you know, you wear it between your shoulders, the dragon between your shoulders, for example, that would be fine because it's not going to be impacted by anything. You won't want to wash it. So just be aware of that when you're choosing to put it on a garment, for example. But I just love the idea of like this flock of dragons out there. Like, a flock of dragons or a herd of dragons? I'm not sure. Herd doesn't sound right. It's not majestic.
A herd of dragons sounds terrifying, Helen,
It doesn't sound
frankly.
majestic enough. I know it's like a flamboyance of a flamingos, an exaltation of nightingales, isn't it?
All
So
right,
what
I'll
do we think
say
of
it.
dragons?
Yeah, we're putting it out there. What is the collective,
Collective noun for dragons. But, you know, I'd like the idea of, you know, at some point when we come back to Sewing Street, people sending pictures of there. We're going to have a whole load of them coming back, photos of them.
Oh, Chris has come good, Helen.
Oh.
He's looked it up already. It's a flight of dragons.
That makes sense.
Or a wing.
Oh.
Or a clutch. Now, I'm imagining it would be a clutch of baby dragons.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that.
I like that.
Beautiful. It's absolutely stunning. You are loving it. It has taken a decent while to get this back in stock, hasn't it,
has,
Helen?
yes, it has.
I know that David's been waiting,
People
I
have
think,
been
for months.
patiently waiting, yeah.
We have had a question.
Yes.
And I always like a question.
Yeah.
This one's for you. Morning, lovelies. I'm late to the party. I was going to get the tiny hoop kit, but on the picture it just shows the hoop. Do we get the threads or just the hoop?
Oh.
I'll grab it. I'll show you.
In that case, that's my mistake. There should be, it should be everything.
Let me pop this fabulous flying flame to one side. We must go back to that. We're going to do some demo as well. I say we. I'm just going to watch it all. Helen's going to demonstrate. But for Patricia and for anyone else who missed it, this is the fabulous, adorable, we're all in love with this, the mini hoop. Just tell me about this.
Yes. So if there's only a picture of the hoop, that suggests I've had a massive tech fail, which is always possible because I trained as a hand embroiderer.
This is what you get.
This is what you get, but you get everything in it to make the embroidery as well. So you get the hoop, you get the fabric, you get the working thread, the beeswax button, you get all the instructions, you get the golden bright check, and you get the pearl as well, so that you can make your lovely little daisy.
So it's literally everything to make that. The only thing you need to add, Patricia, is a little bit of any craft glue to glue this wooden disc on the back, and that's all. That's all. That's amazing for £10. Could we see a little of the making of the Flying Flame or New Age?
Of course.
Now I can say it properly.
No, that's typo again on my behalf. It's Technology Central here. So, lovely. What I thought we'd do is we'd look initially, there's a couple of different techniques on this. And the first technique is where we're going to be applying the gold onto the actual fabric itself. So we've got the Japanese gold. It's got a thread core and flat paper-backed metal wrapped around it, which means it's frayable. So if I just pull that, which is not advisable, you can see there's the metal will separate from the core. So because of that, we have to leave an inch tail at the starts and finishes. And what we do is we then plunge that through to the back later on and secure it. So always leave an inch tail. So I'm going to start working up around this wing section here. And it's very narrow at the end. So I'm going to start with a single strand. I'm working with the green colour that I've got in this area. I'm using, because it's a single strand and coming up and down into almost the same place. And I'm going to put stitches in initially at about every 4 millimetres or so, just to hold it in place. And then I'll come back and decorate it.
So Helen, is that couching?
Yes, so it is couching. Get you. Love that.
I know the
knowledge.
words.
It's good. So yeah, so we're couching it into position, and you can see this has already got the organza on it. You remember we've got the green organza in the pack?
Yes.
This gives a little bit of impact and delicacy to the wing, and we're going to secure all of the edges of this in. So I've stab stitched it in where you come up into the base fabric and just do a tiny little stitch to apply it on, and then we're going to then work solidly over the top of those edges with the gold.
I was just going to say, we don't have to worry about a raw edge there because you're covering it with the...
No, it's going to be held in by the gold, so it's going to become more secure. So what we're going to do is I'm now going to add in the second end, so the opposite end of the thread. So what we're going to do is just bring that in, leaving an inch tail. I will plunge those later on and tie them back. It does. Well, you know, you work in dragons, you want drama, don't you? You want drama.
Plunge that thread.
Plunge. It's back to the Vikings again, isn't it? Plunge, guys. Plunder.
Do you know, though, Helen, you really bring embroidery to life.
Oh,
it's one of those techniques, I mean, it's been around for eons.
Yes.
But all of your projects bring it to life in such a fabulous and appealing way.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I work projects that I find interesting and things that I really kind of think about, but there's so many techniques to explore. We aren't even scratching the surface. And like the idea that we're creating something like this that appeals to a modern audience and appeals to me as well, but also that it's a medieval technique.
I love that.
And it's something that you'll see on things that we, you know, value so highly, you know, so it was on a lot of ecclesiastical embroidery that was seen in the churches. It was worked on secular things, but only for the aristocracy and the court because it was such high detail, obviously.
So in terms of like the aristocracy, what sort of things would it appear on for them?
Robes, saddlecloths, anything where there was pageantry. So anything where they're trying to catch the eye, because they saw how effective it was within a place of worship to get the story across, where if you've got illiterate masses, the picture has a lot of impact. And so if you think about it, the gold being used with the colour, they're creating little cartoons almost of illustrations of these stories that they're being told, and this reinforces that and gives them something visual to consider.
Well, and there's something magical about sparkle, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Thinking about times when literally the only light in your life was daylight or candlelight. To have this kind of glittery sparkle, it must have been almost magical to people.
Yeah, and to enter that arena where you're in this area where everything's being so overwhelming with the sense of the incense and the paintings on the wall and the vestments with the... I think it's really hard to understand the impact of that now, because it would have been the only place that you saw such vibrancy and such riches all in one place.
Even colour.
Yeah, but then using gold for it, gold we always associate with kind of interesting and beautiful things, but and riches, but using it to control the light passing over something. So we're all magpies. Your eyes always go to something the light bounces off. So you're sitting there listening away and your eye might have wandered, and then suddenly the person speaking moves and the vestment moves and the light hits it in a different way and your eye just goes straight back to them. And it's a really interesting way of kind of getting that across, isn't it? And that's why the aristocracy liked it then, because they saw how much power it had visually. So they were like, we want some of that.
And I suppose it's a visual demonstration of look how much money I've got, look how powerful I am, successful.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm the boss. Here is a message for you. This is from Sue in Cornwall. She says, morning. My dad asked me yesterday what I wanted for my birthday, and I had no idea. Until now, I've just ordered it, and I'm excited for my dragon kit.
Sue, you too can be the mother of dragons. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. What a birthday gift. I hope you love it. Hope you really love working it and that you are excited by the technique.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's a real treat.
Once you start, you won't stop. It's just so exciting to do.
It is exquisite. I'm going to bring the finished sample back in just so you can just... well, maybe... I don't know if I can place it next to you. I don't want to stop you working, but just to see how it builds up in layers. Look at
you can see I've got a couple of different ones here that are part worked that I've been kind of working on, and you see that they build up in different ways. And what we can do is you see the wing on this. I've started to add the colour, so I've started in my green and I'm working all the way up and then getting into my yellow, into my machine thread, so that the green eases out. And what you can do is we can go back now. I've applied it on so I can hold it in place, but then what I can do is I can go back and start to put stitches in more densely. So I can hop backwards.
Oh, I see, sort of infill.
Yeah, and then infill, so it's more dense stitching here. So there's that lovely little game with Ornue where we think of gold as being the main event, but actually it's that kind of little playful dance between how much gold you're covering and how much you're revealing. So you're seeing the impact.
Nue is
colour over gold.
Colour over gold. Just those little couching stitches that go over the Japanese gold thread.
Absolutely.
We've had a couple of questions asking what colour is the linen that we're getting. So it's this one here. I'm going to lay the sheet out here so you can see. So it's slightly more buff colour. This is the original work sample, so it is just a little bit...
The original work sample, I felt, sometimes when I work things, I look at it and think, what would I change? Because I kind of have a concept and then I work something. And I found that this, I thought, was a bit rough. It was actually detracting from some of the finish, the smoothness of the finish. And also, the fibres there was inequity in the fibres, so it meant that as you were working, some of the fibres were thinner and some of the fibres were thicker.
I was just going to show that actually here. You can see it's really quite slubby, isn't it? Slubby.
Yeah.
The original, which would that throw you if you were more of a...
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I was fine with it, but I wanted to make sure that you'd got a smoother fabric. And you can see this sample I was working here as a sample testing out this fabric. This is darker and I thought it was flat. So that's why I've settled on this lighter fabric.
I like that.
So I constantly try things out and think, what would I change? What would I improve? So that's
So this is the colour that you will get. Yeah. Gorgeous. Thank you.
No, it's good to ask, isn't it?
Yes, for sure. But that is really lovely, smooth and even weave.
And the lightness of it makes everything kind of spring forward a bit more, the colour. So
it's lovely. I do need to just let you know, though, about stock, because this kit for the Flying Flame or Nue Dragon has been flying out. No pun intended. Well, maybe I did a little. Just a little. But it has been flying out. So if you want to get your Flying Flame, I wouldn't hang about. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? And this is going to, it's a considered piece of work. This is something that's going to delight you for months of beautiful stitching time. Really. Although I bet some of your students and some of the fans of your work just can't put these down.
It is a bit addictive. Disclaimer, you will forget about all sense of time. You'll only know when it gets too dark to see and when you're hungry.
Well, that's when you switch on
that's
your
when you put your
lighting.
little lights on. That's it. But that's the way that I kind of know. Am I hungry? Can I see properly? It's the only time I know what time it is. Yeah. So you get sucked into it. And it's such a beautiful thing, though, because to me, there's hours of pleasure, just, very kind of, I put on music or audiobooks or things in the background, and I just become really ensconced and engaged with this at the moment.
Well, now I have to ask now, what does Helen McCook stitch to? What music?
Depends on mood.
Right.
I'm a big fan of trad jazz. So I like a lot of trad jazz, Billie Holiday, Sarah Vaughan, all of that. And some of the modern, like Madeleine Peru and people like that. Cat Edmonds and Edmondson. I also really like classical music if I'm having a bit of a stressful day. So I like a bit of that. It just depends. If I'm not having a fantastic day and I need to do some designing, my best thing to do for that is a bit of old school rock. So it's a bit eclectic.
Yeah, love that.
It's the same way I approach everything, really. It's how do I feel today?
Yeah.
So.
But we were talking earlier on, and I think this is a real positive strength within the sort of crafting, sewing community. We are comfortable with our own selves, aren't we? I think I've never met a crafter who can't just sort of be with themselves and their craft and forget the world.
Absolutely. I think it's that thing about there's a real kind of centralising solace in crafting, and anybody who kind of goes, it's all that thing where people go, I wouldn't have the patience for that, and you're like, but it's when your moments disappear, your time just disappears because you've become ensconced in it.
There's a calmness, there's a stillness. Absolutely, and being comfortable in your own space, doing this thing, it is such a relief from the world.
That's it. That's it.
Isn't it? When
Your
you need it.
embroidery doesn't ask anything of you.
Yeah.
It doesn't demand you. Somebody was saying something the other day about, oh, you know, I've got a project that I haven't done in 5 years. I need to get back to it. And I was like, the nice thing is it doesn't go off.
No.
It's not like paint. It doesn't dry up. It doesn't. The colours don't change as long as you're not leaving it in direct sunlight. You're okay. It will sit there and wait for you.
Yeah.
And that's the lovely thing about embroidery. It goes at your pace, not the other way round.
Gorgeous.
So,
I love it. I love it. Absolutely beautiful. The Flying Flame or Nuée Dragon kit has been an absolute hit. It is on split pay as well, don't forget. You can spread the cost. If you've never used split pay before, you don't have to fill in any forms. You don't have to ring customer service or go through credit checks. It's literally a box you can tick to say, yes, I'd like split pay. And then instead of £140 today, you pay £70 today. We send the kit out in 3 to 5 working days. You crack on, and then next month, that second payment will come out of your account, and you're done. But it's a great way to spread the cost if it helps. That's the Flying Dragon. Absolutely love it. And we now know that a group of dragons is called a
flight or a wing or a
wing
clutch.
Or a clutch.
Which I'm only remembering because of clutch bags.
You're so good at remembering. I was like, I can't remember any
That's
of
in
this.
there now. That'll stay. It's good.
Gorgeous.
And I found out that a group of zebras is called a dazzle of a dazzle.
It's very jazz hands.
I know. I love that. So yeah, that will stay in there now. That's got rent space.
Yeah. Got it. Excellent. Excellent. Excuse me. Right. Shall we have a look at a few other things?
Absolutely.
What should we look at, Chris? Yes. Now this is lush. I think as crafters, we have to be allowed to have a few lovely, gorgeous, exclusive tools because it's lovely to have lovely things that support our craft. This is such a beautiful thing. So this is your wooden bobbin scissor keeper. This is kind of multifunctional. So this is lovely. So you've got your kind of wooden bobbin there.
Yeah.
Which you can put your scissors, you don't get your scissors, of course, but you can put your scissors in. Did you see the unicorn embroidery scissors?
I know, they're great, aren't they?
How cute.
Yeah, fabulous.
Cute. So you'd put your scissors in there to keep them. And then you get a pack of these floss or embroidery thread organisers, and you've got all these little spaces. So you can pop these in. So you've got your colour selection. This is asking to be embellished and decorated.
Isn't it? Well, again, you can stain this, you can paint it, you can just leave it as it is. Mine just sits on my table as is. You could pop a little bit of beautiful quilting fabric around that bobbin,
a bit of Liberty Lawn.
Yeah, absolutely, a bit of ribbon, bit of embroidery a bit of strip around there. Yes. You know, you name it. You could pop
a little bit of hardanger.
Absolutely, or just leave it as it is. But I just think it's a lovely thing, and you know, a very, very reasonable price, isn't it?
Yeah, so, gorgeous. And made of wood.
Yeah.
And, you know, will last you a lifetime, won't it? This is the lovely thing about wooden things. They're so tactile, so durable as well. And this will just sit next to you.
Just organise you.
So you might be a cross-stitcher. You might like doing counted cross-stitch, something like that. It's gorgeous. And a fabulous price at £30. You don't get the scissors, but you do get your base. Does it come assembled, or do you have to assemble it?
It's very easily assembled.
Oh,
so
okay,
basically, you get it comes apart. So if I just show you this, it comes like this. You do have a little Allen key with it as well.
Oh, brilliant.
But you don't need the Allen key, to be honest. The end with the metal in the bobbin, you pop on, and then you just tighten up. So you can see it will come in a box with everything in it, including the little paper bobbins, the card bobbins.
Those two.
I really like how easy it is to keep your space tidy though. So if you're anything like me, I am a complete magpie. Everything just collects around me. So the fact that you can have everything organised, and then when you finish, you can just literally pick it up, put it away, and then you can bring it back out ready to go.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Really lovely. Right, that's a gorgeous little tool. We've only got teens of these left though. £30 for that. It's lush. It's lush. Now, can we do these next? I love these so much I had to put them all together. That's what makes me happy. So these are bead/metal collapsible trays. Let me show you first of all how they appear. So when you get them, they will be flat like this, right? And then you literally just click them together and you've got a little tray. Or if this was, say, beads, for example, you can tip them out. This is so useful. The colour is random. These are the colour options.
Those are the full colour options, yes.
So we've got a grey, we've got a red, a white, a tan, a deep green.
Forest green, isn't
yep.
it? Yeah.
And a gold oh, that was going so well. But the colours picked at random, so you can't pick the colour, I'm afraid, but they're all lovely. And that is $18.99. And how would we use these?
So I use them all the time, as I say, if I've got multiple different types of metals, say the bright checks, for example. When I'm cutting them, I'll pop my bright check in and I'll collapse one of the sides so that I can get to it. Use my metal on here, cut the metal, and then if you've got little chips, when you want to put them back into your pack, as I say, you can use it like a funnel and pop it back into your pack like that, because they're really small components sometimes that we're working with, and it's really easy to lose them. Equally, they're fantastic if you're going to an embroidery class and you've got little thread orts, for example. You want to keep your workspace tidy. I even keep one by the side of my bed and put my jewellery in it at night.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, actually. I was just thinking, wouldn't that be great for things like jewellery, earrings?
Absolutely, yeah.
Bracelets?
Because I travel quite a lot, so I take one of these in my suitcase and put all the stuff that you'd put by the side of the bed normally, so I don't lose them.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I think they're fab, absolutely fab. Colour picked at random. There's 6 different colours, but they're all lovely. And you'll get one of those for $18.99. If you multi-buy, you might get different colours, all the same, I don't know. Gorgeous. Lovely. Right, that's that. Right, next up, the retractable scissor keeper that comes complete with its own disclaimer because of our mistake. We'll explain. So first of all, what is it and what do they do?
Right, so you can see I'm using mine at the moment. So it's a little necklace that you can put on, and it's got a loop,
really pretty,
and an opening loop with a fastener, but it's retractable. So basically, I use mine to keep my scissors on and embroidery tools. You know, I sometimes put a malure and things on here. But they're just really handy. So I'm constantly losing my scissors. As I say, I'm a bit of a magpie. Things collect round me as I'm starting to work. So it stops me losing them. And when I'm teaching, it means I've always got some scissors to hand. So not using everybody else's.
Very pretty, Helen.
It is. It's delicate, isn't it?
So in itself, you've got this gorgeous kind of necklace here where this is the rose gold version with sort of little rose gold beads along it. So very pretty. Then you've got your sort of mechanism in here. This is your retractable part. And then, so you could put something on here, but then you've also got this, which kind of clicks together, which you would maybe put your scissors in. I'm thinking when I'm long arming and I've got my little scissors for trimming threads, absolutely ideal.
Yeah.
Now, £12. There are 3 different colours, but here's where we've made a slight error. Okay, hands up. So the details say rose gold, but actually you might get rose gold, you might get silver coloured, you might get gunmetal. These are the 3, and they are picked at random. But because it's the weekend, we can't change the graphic. So it says rose gold. You might get rose gold. You might get gunmetal. You might get silver. It's random.
Absolutely.
Okay. £12 though. I think that's fabulous. There are only 10 of these left. It's an absolute brilliant buy. Such an amazing price, that.
Yeah, well, I tend to bring things that I use. So I only sell things that I make or that I use when I'm here on my programmes. They're just so handy. I've also got some I've got retractable necklaces which I've got the keys on for the front door when I'm walking the dog.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So that I don't end up losing the key, and
Yeah.
because I don't want to take a big bunch out, so I take the one key, and then every chance you could lose it on the field or whatever. So
Yes.
so it's just really handy. So
Massively oversubscribed as well as all of those other things.
Yeah.
About to sell out.
Well, that's good. I
Also.
mean, and this is a returning thing. People keep using them. People keep asking for them. So because they are so handy.
Yeah.
They have multiple applications.
Oh
so.
yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. Really, it's just such a pretty thing as well with those little beads. I'm going to call that a sellout. There are 2 left, but they are about to be checked out, I think. Yes. 1 left. That one will just sit. Oh no, it's gone.
Oh, well,
It's gone.
I'm glad everybody likes them so much. They are very useful.
Fab. Right, let's talk needles, Helen.
Yes.
Now I've got a little pile here,
Yes.
and I'm hoping that you know what goes with what.
I do, because they've
Brilliant.
they're all fully labelled there
fabulous.
for you.
Great.
Right, what are we going first?
So shall we start with chenille?
Right, so that's the chenille.
Lovely.
So,
When would we use
needles,
chenille?
they're brilliant to use with wools or thicker threads. So things like perlays are very good. So this is a chenille 24. So you can see on the front it says chenille, it says 24. They're circled.
Is that the biggest size that you do?
No, but it's the one that I use most often.
Okay.
And I use this when I'm using crewel wools, and as I say, I use it generally when I'm using perlays. It's got a sharp point to it, so I wouldn't use it for counted work where there's holes in the fabric that you're counting. I'd use it for when I'm going through the fabric, through the fibres.
So like crewel work on linen or
Yes,
something
absolutely.
like
But it's a really good versatile needle, and as I say, these are British needles, British-made needles, so which are all the ones that I use.
that. Fab price, £2, look at that. Okay, great, that's that. Next up, I've got some tapestry needles. These are also 24.
The 24 should be smaller ones, I think. Let's have a look.
I think, isn't
Oh,
it
no,
what's
they are
circled?
24, yes. So, tapestry 24s. So, tapestry 24s, they're a smaller needle. They have a blunt end, and they're really useful. Again, you get 6 of them, but they're really good for cross stitch, so larger Ada, for example, some of the larger linens, so you could use these with some of the Belfast linens and things like that, or larger scale casual. So yeah, just a really nice versatile needle. So I've sold needles before, but not the tapestries and things, so I've brought a bigger range today because people kept saying, you know, what other needles do you use and what do you use them for? So I've brought more of a range.
And then this is a tapestry 18.
Yes, so that's a whopper, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
again, blunt end, used for counted fabrics, so canvases, linens, etc. Large scale, I would use this with very big perlays and things like if you're using multiple fibres in the needle, or in the next show we've got some tapestry wool, which is the bigger tapestry wool, the bigger wool that we use. These are perfect for that, and this is the size that I use.
I was just thinking that, yeah. So for things like your over the rainbow
Yes.
bag, and also maybe if you're doing something like wool cross stitch rugs and things like that.
Absolutely, it's just a really comfortable size. So.
Fab. Then I've got some embroidery needles, again in
Yes.
2 sizes.
Yes.
This is the 12.
Right, those are absolutely dinky. So we've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous here. So 12 needles size embroidery are actually quite hard to get hold of sometimes. So they're quite specialised, very, very fine, sharp point, used for extremely fine embroidery. Things like some of the super fine gold work that you would use very small scale metal for, or things like silk shading in single strands where you're trying to get a very fine close effect, like the needle painted effect. These are perfect for that.
Amazing, £2 for those. And then a bit bigger, a bit more handleable in my chunky fingers. These are embroidery 9.
Yes, so do the same job but larger scale. So these are an extremely comfortable needle to thread and to use. Nice to feel in the finger. So the size 12 are a bit more specialised. I really brought them for people who kind of like that fine miniature work and kind of really like that small scale. And so they can be quite hard to find. But this is a more standard size needle.
So if we were going for something like the Flying Flame,
Yes.
this would be the kind of embroidery needle we might use.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Great, awesome. And then I've got some curved needles. I'll bring both over. Let's do medium first, shall we?
Yes.
So in here, You've got 2.
Yes, so you've got 2 needles in the pack. These are the medium size. They're good sturdy needles. They're fantastic for if you're mounting your embroidery, for trying to work around curved edges, and also this and the larger scale are good for if you're doing kind of upholstery projects, things like that, or trying to apply some of the embroidery trimmings onto sturdier fabrics. So, but yeah, so the larger ones I'd use for those. The medium ones are really good, as I say, for things like the mounting of embroidery.
Fab. This is the large size now. Again, £2 for 2 curved needles, large ones. I discovered these making things like 3-dimensional boxes.
Yes, yeah.
Fabric boxes,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I was struggling with a straight needle. And the teacher said to me, "Why on earth aren't you using a curved needle?" And I
Yeah.
was like, "A what?"
Yes.
And then she brought one out of her needle box.
It was
and said,
revolutionary.
yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
The thing is, I think it's one of those things, on the website you'll see the photographs, I've popped a little coin next to them so you can see the scale of them, because people always kind of want to know what the scale of is of these, because they're not normally in the context of using them generally. So as I say, I think particularly the medium one, very good for those mounting projects, box making, applying trimmings. These ones, more of an upholstery, or if you do some of the teddy bear making and things like that, it can be really useful to use a curved needle to kind of go in through the edge of things. So,
Perfect. Thank you.
No, pleasure.
Now, the next item we're going to have to do is a picture. It is little travel snips.
Yes. So.
Oh, these are brilliant. These are brilliant. Yeah, kind of spring-loaded. So you push them down and they just pop back open.
Yeah, they're
don't
perfect, but they're tiny, so they're fantastic if you're travelling on the move, keep in your handbag or your purse, just in your kit generally.
Do you get the little
Yes, you
clip
get
on?
the little
Oh,
sheath
they're
with
so
it and the little
cute.
kind of charm on the end.
They're so cute.
yeah,
Are they little? Are they wee?
They are. They're about this big, and they're just incredibly handy. As I say, they're about that. They're about that big.
This big.
Yeah. So.
It's very scientific.
I know. But they're fab, and I'm a bit gutted because actually I'd got mine in the bag to bring, and they're so dinky. I've obviously put them
lovely.
somewhere clever. Can't
So
find them
that's
this
the
morning.
pink version.
Yes.
I've only got 8 of those left. If you want the pink, they're great for cutting things like thread, but can we cut things like wool with them as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Like
They're
knitting
actually.
or crochet?
You look at them and you think, oh, they're going to be a bit. Are they a bit like children's scissors? But actually, they're not. They're really good. They give you a nice sharp cut.
Oh, bro, these are nice. I
So-
like the grey.
Yeah, they're as I say, they're so useful. I keep bringing these back in, and they keep going like hotcakes. People just love them, and they're so useful. They're such a good price for them.
But again, Helen, I think they're like tiny things. We love tiny things.
The borrower's thing again,
It
isn't it?
is,
It's
it is.
feeling like an embroidery giant.
Brilliant. It's brilliant. Helen, it's been an amazing hour. Love all the heritage as well, and you have so much interesting knowledge. It's cool. We'll see you in an hour.
Yeah, can't wait.
With more gorgeous embroidery. But don't go anywhere, because up next, Dave Green is in the house, which means only one thing, the Green Machine. We're riveting, we're putting pearls on things, we're embellishing like mad. It's going to be fab. I'll see you after this.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Well, this hour, I'm joined by the fabulous Dave Green, which can mean only one thing, the Green Machine. Dave, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic to have your
Always
company
a
for
pleasure.
this hour. We've only got an hour, so we're cracking on. Now, of course, if you've ever watched any shows with Dave Green before, you know the hero product is always the Green Machine. So I want to quickly mention, I'm not going to show you graphics, but they're on the website. We will come back to this. But we've got the Green Machine and we've got kind of mega bundles. So have a look on the website. You get your Green Machine, you get your starter set of rivets and snap fasteners and
press studs.
Thank you, as well. You also get your fitting tools and your cutting tools that you need to go in your machine to fit these this metalware. You choose between Rainbow, which is that gorgeous kind of AB kind of swirly oil on water look, silver, gold, or antique brass? Bronze, antique bronze. We'll show you these later, but I just wanted to show you that very quickly. And Dave, also, if anyone buys a Green Machine today, it comes with a special link code for something very special, which is...
Yeah, absolutely. So, like we've done on previous shows, we've teamed up with another presenter from Sewing Street. Previously, it was Sandy with an apron, and this time we've got a new pattern design that you get free with the green machine, and this is a no-sew bag pattern from Adam Brooks.
It's absolutely gorgeous. So it's all held together with rivets. Gorgeous little bag. Great way to use a faux leather.
Great way to use faux leather, and some beautiful detailing there that we'll look at shortly with just hole cutting.
Yeah.
So
really clever.
it's a very, very nice thing.
Gorgeous.
We'll go into more detail about that
in
a little bit longer.
It's fab. Right, okay, I'm going to pop that to one side because we're starting with something which is incredibly popular and always sells out, Dave.
Yep.
It's the pearl machine.
Absolutely.
Tell me about this.
So the pearl machine, it's... I put them all the wrong way around.
It's all right.
There we go.
Go on, swap.
So it's a standalone unit on its own. It comes initially as a kit, and you get the machine, the handheld machine.
Okay, so this is for fitting the pearls or applying the pearls to bags, to clothing, to home decor.
Anything that you want, really. Has to be something relatively tightly woven because the pins that go on the back are so incredibly small.
Okay, perfect. So it would be great for adding to something like a denim jacket, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
See, amazing. So you get your fitting tool. This is all for $29.99, by the way. You get your tool. You do not need to buy a green machine for this, okay? You get your fitting tool included for $29.99. I keep saying that, Dave, because I can't believe what amazing value. It is exceptional. So you get your fitting machine, then you get, look at all these pearls. So you get 12 mil, which are the really big ones, 10 mil, 8 mil, 6, 4, and, 5 and 4. I was fooled by the size of the bag. Here they all are here, applied. And they are a round pearl, aren't they? They don't have a flat back on them.
Nope. So the way this works, it is totally a round pearl, and there is a very, very tiny, tiny little pin that holds them in place.
And you get those included as well?
And you get those included as well, but they're ever so secure. It really is impressive at how secure these things are.
Got a message from Jacqueline. She says, I have this machine, absolutely love it. Jacqueline, I could imagine becoming completely obsessed with putting pearls on everything. Am I right? Did you? But I'm thinking, you've got different sizes. Making little pearl daisies, big one in the centre, smaller ones around the outside, on the tips of a shirt. Or little points, or there's so many things you could do.
There's so many things that you can do. But
will you show me how to put one on?
Yeah, absolutely. Any particular size you'd like to use?
I don't like this power. I'm not used to it. Any you like.
Okay. So with each size,
not that size.
Not that size. Okay. So with each size that you get, so you get your 100 pearls, and then you also then get this little die as well. Okay, so each size has its own little
And you
die.
get all of the fitting. This is incredible for $29.99. I can't believe that.
So this die just screws in here.
Okay.
Oh, where
it's just a little screw.
Just screws in there.
Yep.
Okay, and then the pearl just pushes up and gets held within that silicone.
Okay.
Okay, so really, really nice. Then, I'm not sure if we can get this on the camera.
We can see it really well, actually. It's fine. Yeah, perfect.
So that is the little pin that's going to hold it into place.
Yep.
Okay. So small, just as well I've got another one there. Okay. And then we just drop that in.
So sort of into that fat end hole. Goes down first.
That's it. Spikes facing up. Okay. Now, you can put it on a range of different fabrics. This is quite thick, but still those pins go in quite nicely.
That's like a faux leather, isn't it?
It is quite a faux leather, and you can see it. That's quite robust.
Yep.
But we just position it where we want to. We then push the plunger down so we get the pearl exactly positioned correctly and pull the handle up.
That doesn't look like it requires any effort.
No, that was just that.
You know what I'm going to ask next, don't you? Can I put a pearl on something,
of course
please?
You can. Yeah, absolutely.
Let me pick a pearl. It's good to see, isn't it? I've never, ever tried these before. So I'm just going to push the pearl up there. Oh, and that just holds. It's not, I'm not having to force it in. All right.
Okay.
There's the little...
So spikes up.
I've got For somebody who does lots of sewing and crafting, I've got incredibly undexterous hands. Right, that just drops in there like that. Then I'm going to position my pearl exactly where I want it.
That's it. Push
So I
that
want
down,
it there,
pull the
and then I'm
handle up.
going to clip the handle. Oh, I done a pearl. I done a pearl. Look, that's really clever. That is really easy. They are so effective. I think like a denim jacket or a shirt or something like that, or a bag. I mean, I'm going to grab Adam's bag because this is gorgeous. Now, remember, if you want the free download for this, you have to buy a green machine today. A green machine on its own, or green machine with mega bundle of rivets and stuff. But, you know, can you imagine if you were, you know, you could put, where these dot holes are, you could actually put the pearls going around the front of a bag. But equally, any clutch bag or purse, you could put these pearls on. It's really cool, isn't it?
It really, really is. And as I said, with such a nice range of sizes as well, there's so many possibilities and patterns and everything else.
It's absolutely ace, and it's so easy to do. And it's the same pins regardless of the size of pearl, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
That pattern, by the way, for the bag is there's a download link with your green machine when you buy it, and that will take you through. So you just follow the instructions with your green machine when you get it. These are absolutely brilliant. Just to remind you, you're getting your fitting tool, okay? You're getting that. You're getting 6 different sizes of pearls, everything from 12 mil, which are really big and chunky, beautiful, 10 mil, 8 mil, 6, 5 and 4. So 6 different sizes, but also, I didn't spot this, there's also a fitting tool, metal fitting tool inside each bag for that particular size of pearl. And then you're also getting a bag of pins, and these go in the back. Now, Dave, you did mention this earlier, but I want to reiterate that once you've used these, or if you've got a particular favourite size, you can get the pearls and the pins on their own as well.
Yep, so to get you up and running, we've put it into a complete kit for you, so you've got everything, and you can play around to your heart's content and find out what suits you best.
You may not have ever done this before, but this is how my mind works. Can you colour in the pearls with a Sharpie?
I've never tried, but I can't see any reason why not.
I would suggest you could. So you could use a Sharpie, or even something like an alcohol marker pen, and you could colour the pearls. Can you imagine doing them all in pastel colours and then decorating, you know, the yoke of a shirt or something like that? Beautiful. Such a gorgeous, creative tool and creative ideas. Do we have a question? We do. Could I put these on one of Delphine's wall hangings as the centre of flowers, for example? That's from Bev in Doncaster.
Yeah, so you can apply them really to anything. As I said, the fabric that you want it on is relatively tightly woven.
Yep.
Otherwise, that pin will just pull through. But we have,
go on.
But we have people who use these for wedding dresses.
Yeah.
So they go on lace,
Yeah.
and all they do is they just put a tiny little bit of backing just behind it, just to make sure it's secure.
Yeah.
But the pin is so strong.
Bit of interfacing or something
Exactly
like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to sell out. We've only got 6 of them left. Yeah. I would say if you were doing it on something that was going to be quilted, I would put the pearl through before you layer it, so it's going through the fabric and then layer it. Obviously, you do need to be very careful then you've got something 3D on the front. Normally, you'd put embellishments like that on afterwards, but I think to get the pin through, I don't know, you might have to experiment just with the thickness of wadding and backing as well. You might be better off putting them on first, but experiment. I think it's a great idea, though. It's a great idea. Right, there's one left. It's going to sell out. Pearls on everything. Gosh, Queen Elizabeth I would have been, well, she'd have been happy, wouldn't she, if she'd had that in Elizabethan times. Right, that's that. Let's talk about the green machine. You've got one, I've got one, and I'm going to grab this and all of the fitting tools, Dave. Tell us about the green machine. Okay. What is it?
So the green machine is a hand press. Most I considered it to be the hand press. It has a range of, and we bring a small sample of it, but a range of over 200 different dies that will apply 40 different types of hardware. And that's anything from rivets to simple hole cutting, eyelets, Diamante rivets, trouser hooks, all of those types of things that you'd use in dressmaking and bag making.
So it's dressmakers and bag makers primarily?
Primarily, although we use them, printers use them for eyelets and things like that as well. So lots and lots of uses with
Maybe
the print
things like
machine.
curtain making, blind making as
Yeah,
well?
absolutely. So we've got dies that will go up to 40mm eyelets.
Wow.
So really, really big eyelets, and the green machine can handle that.
Stunning. So this is your way in. This is the best way to start, and also it's the way you get the gorgeous bag pattern from Madame Brooks. So you get your green machine first off. Is that called the green machine because it's green or because you're Dave Green?
Unfortunately, I'd love to claim to fame to that, but it is just a case of we called it the green machine.
Because it's green. Fair enough. So you get your green machine. It's super easy to operate. You also get some dies. So the dies cut or apply the different metalware or hardware, don't they? So you get your relevant dies and for the metalware that you get with the kit, okay? So if you want to use other things like eyelets or diamantes or whatever, they have their own dies, but these dies work with the metalware you get. And then you get a selection of metalware to get you started. Now, this is the rainbow kit, so you get 100 rainbow rivets, okay? You also get 10 press studs. So those are the kind of things you might use on something like a denim jacket or pockets or a bag or something like that. And then you also get 10
magnetic clasps.
Magnetic clasps. So these are kinds you might use for bag closures. And these dies, well, you've got one which cuts the hole, and then you've got dies which will apply that metalware.
Absolutely. So you get a 3mm hole cutter with this, and for each of these pieces of hardware, you'll need a 3mm hole. So the one hole cutter satisfies all of those.
Brilliant. And remember as well, there's around about 200 different options for things you can apply with your green machine once you've got it. $166.99 is the price. That's for your green machine, which, let's be honest, it is a big chunk of metal. This is going to last you forever, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. It comes with a 2-year warranty as standard anyway, but we rarely have to replace them. It's a lifetime thing.
Brilliant. So next up, we've got the bronze kit. So these little containers, by the way, are ours. We just put them in so you can see. They come in bags. So this time, it's the bronze. Now, for me, this is probably the most versatile in terms of, like, I'd put this with anything, any fabrics. You've got the kind of antique-y bronze, 100 rivets, and then 10 of each of the press studs and the magnetic snaps. You also get the same 4 metal dies, so one that cuts the hole, and the other 3 you use one with the rivet, one with the top of one with the press stud, and one with the magnetic snap. Fabulous. So, $149.99, by the way. The rainbow one is slightly more expensive, isn't it?
It is,
more
yeah.
expensive finish.
The process to get that rainbow finish is a lot more intense.
Yeah. Should we do silver next? Silver kind of goes with anything too as well, doesn't it? Because it reflects the colours. And then when you want to get more rivets, you can just get the rivets. You don't have to buy the fitting tools new every time. You can buy just rivets on their own. And then you've got the press studs. And then you've also got the magnetic snaps. So a bit like the ones that you buy with the little prongs on the back, there's 2 halves that magnetise and snap together to close your bag. But these are applied using the green machine. So they're very professional and very smart. And also as well, you can add these to a bag after you've made it.
Yeah,
you should just have a little, like, nice, smart rivet on the outside.
Absolutely. Just like on Adam's bag.
Yes, quite. Right, that is the silver. And then the last option is gold, gold-coloured. Oh, these are nice. Fabulous. 149.99 for that. It's fab, isn't it? Oh, it is. It looks gorgeous. Beautiful. Right. Will you show us how to do a little bit of...
Absolutely.
That'd be fab, thank you.
Absolutely.
What colour are you going to use?
Whichever you would like, or is that too much power again?
Should we do rainbow?
Let's do rainbow. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Okay, so if we just start with the simplest of all of these, which would be rivets. So rivets used in so many different things, and these are double cap tubular rivets. They're 8mm in size. Their post is 7.5mm. Don't let that put you off. You can put that on the finest piece of fabric, and when you use the green machine, both caps can end up touching each other, so that post is absorbed in, and you don't have any wiggle in there at all.
Right.
Okay.
So even if you were applying a rivet on something really fine and thin, it's going to still...
It's going to hold nice and stern, yeah.
So single layers of faux leather, but also things like fabric bags and... Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, and you just can't achieve that when you're using hand tools.
No.
Right, so again, here's my PU, again quite thick, a 3mm hole cutter. We're going to double that over, and we're just going to push all the way through there, give that a little turn, and you can see we've got a nice hole on both sides of
fabulous.
that. Yeah? Okay, so then we're going to swap our dies over.
So they just screw in, you don't need special tools to fit them in?
No, they're very nice and quick to do. And a rivet die has two pieces, so the base again, and then the top there, and we just screw that in. Then we're going to fold our material over. We're going to get, this is the post, and this is the cap. We're going to push our post through those holes.
And there is nothing like these rivets and pressed on a bag to make it look super professional. If you want to elevate your bag projects, stratospheric heights, use your green machine, use the rivets, use the metalwork, because it just gives such a professional finish, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you'll see on these as well, it's so simple to use. You get that perfect finish. There's nothing wrong with the rivet at all afterwards. It's absolutely perfect. So you can do it with some confidence as well.
Yeah.
So there's a few different ways that people tend to do it. The correct way that you should do is actually put the cap up there, okay? Because then everything's centered purposely. Some people stick it on top, but we prefer to do it that way, okay? And then you've got a little indent in this lower die, and then we want to just position that rivet in that lower part, and then pull that through, and there we go. So there he is.
Look at the finish there. It's so smart on both sides. So that's the wrong side. That's the right. I mean, it just looks brilliant.
There we go.
Beautiful. That finish is gorgeous. Also, Dave, as well, when you're making bags, often doing things like sewing the handles on, because there's lots of layers, it can be too thick for some sewing machines to cope with. This is where rivet, I mean, they just go through so cleanly.
Yeah.
And effortlessly.
Absolutely. You can see, so this counter's quite high as well, but it doesn't take a huge amount of effort.
No.
And you really do. And, you know, you can adjust it as well. You can press as hard or as little as you want to get that tightness of fitting.
But it's really the machine that's doing the work.
The machine's doing the work, absolutely.
You can't take credit for that, Dave. I'm sorry. I think we've got a couple of messages for you. Here we go. Love my green machine. I've made a few bags with it, and it's so easy. No fiddling, and they are not coming off. I love how easy it is. That's from Hayley. That's what you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brill. Another one? Thanks, Hayley. This is from Susan, who's in Norfolk. She says, I just used my green machine for my pet bag strap. It's my go-to for everything. Love it. Thank you. That's brilliant. Yeah, like I said with the pearl machine, pearls and everything, once you've got your green machine, you'll be riveting everything. Right, one more. Morning, boys. Is there a pearl die set for the green machine? That's a really good question, Susan.
Okay, so there is a pearl die set for the green machine. The pearls are somewhat different, though.
Yep.
So we do two different types, either a half pearl or a 3/4 pearl. and they are effectively a rivet on the back. The pins are a lot, or the rivets are a lot larger. So yes, they have a nice finish. More for, I would say, bag making, not necessarily on clothing, whereas these would be perfect.
Because you've got such a fine pin there.
Yeah.
You could have them on a collar. Yeah, I know exactly
these are
what
far
you mean.
more lightweight as well. Yeah,
Brilliant. Okay, yeah. But it's nice to know that there's sort of pearl options as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And things like press studs with pearl backs on.
Yes,
you do those, don't you?
as well, yeah.
You see, there's so many lovely options. Get your green machine. My father-in-law's got one. I've got one. We're all a little bit obsessed with our green machines, Dave. You know this story. It's not unfamiliar to your ears.
No, not at all. But
that's fab. Does the green machine come assembled? Is it just like that out of the box? Do I need to assemble anything?
Okay, so when your green machine arrives, the handle will be detached, and there is just this little, we can see that there, just this little rod here, or bolt with a nut that you need to line up and slide through. Then the only other thing that you'll have is you'll have then this foam grip handle as well. Okay. I wouldn't advise just trying to slide that straight on.
Okay.
Okay, that is then going to tear. Just get a little bit of liquid soap, just put that on that inside rim, and then that slides on. And then once it's on, and once that's dry, that's nice and firm. Okay,
So
and
like
that's
a
not
liquid
going to
hand soap or
just a
washing up
little-
liquid?
Absolutely, just that, and it will save that from tearing, and then it just does make it that little bit more comfortable,
Oh, yeah.
and saves that hand fatigue as well.
The thing is as well, you know, it requires very little effort to push that handle down. You're not having to use a lot of strength. But of course, remember as well that this is, the precision's all done for you. So if you need to use two hands to do that, you don't need a hand here holding things in place. So you can use both hands to do that if you need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also worth pointing out as well that the green machine comes with 3 fixing holes as well. Should you want to, I don't know where we can get on camera, but should you want to actually bolt it down, you're more than welcome to, but there's absolutely no need. The weight balance of these, where the handle is, means there's very little chance that that's actually going to pivot over anything else. It's more of a safety thing. You don't want it's 5.5 kilos, you don't want it sliding off your table and then dropping on your toes.
Or if you simply want to say, the dining table is now my bag-making area, so eat your dinner off your lap. Thank you. Good. I love that. We have another question for you. Love this. Is it possible to oh yeah, I was going to bring this up. Is it possible to remove a rivet if I apply it the wrong place? That's from Collector in Greater Manchester. Because we did have a message in a moment ago saying these ain't going nowhere. And I thought, oh, but what if you want to take them off because you've done it wrong? What would you do?
Okay, so at the moment, what we've been doing for quite some time, and it sort of works, is getting wire cutters and positioning those underneath the rivet. So the scooped side facing upwards and trying to make sure that you're not catching that fabric. If you're careful, it will work well and no problem at all, and you'll just cut through that post and away it comes. We are actually trying to, or looking at developing a new tool at the moment that would then allow you just to push that post through the head of the rivet. And therefore just removing it with ease. So watch this space. Hopefully very soon that will be there.
I remember being on with Lisa Lamb, maybe, or it might have been who's our lovely guest from Studio 77? Emma Brassfield, of course. Yeah, I think it was Emma actually. She removed one on air, and I think she used wire cutters.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can do it, but it'd be interesting to see it all.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I said, watch this space. It's in development.
Could you put something else on now? Maybe something like a press stud, like a press fastening?
Absolutely, no problem
I'll get
at
you
all.
bits and bobs ready. So
Thank you very
again,
much.
you get these included in your starter set. You just pick the colour. If you want rainbow, go for rainbow. If you want the gold, we've got silver and we've got brass.
Absolutely.
Are they the right two pieces? No.
But let me do that. That's
No.
absolutely fine.
No, they're not.
Okay. So
That.
we have 4 pieces. So you're looking for 8. Yep. So we want 8. Can I just?
Yep. Can I just do it properly?
So we have a socket, a post, a cap, and a stud.
Right, I really wasn't getting it right at all, was I, Dave?
So if I show you,
Gracious.
we show you how those then line up. So your cap would go into there. Now, when you
Give us 1 second.
Sorry?
Let's just get the camera on that so we can see. Right. Go
Okay,
on. Right.
so it's worth saying as well, when you get your green machine, when you get your mega bundle, there is a fact sheet as well that shows you, just like this, the layout of the dies and which component goes on which part of the die. Okay, so it makes it very, very simple for you to actually then be able to refer back to and use that. And we've got YouTube videos and everything else that you need.
Great,
Okay?
perfect.
Right, okay, so as always, we start off with our 3mm hole cutter, which I've put back in there. Again, this is just a bit of cork, bit of scrap cork. Okay, doubled over, put that into the machine, and I don't slam that down because that blade is quite fragile. We bring it down, we push through, we give a little twizzle there to make sure it's a nice clean cut, and then we lift off, and there's our holes in place.
I like the little twizzle as a tip. That's a great one.
Right. Okay, so 4 pieces of the dies and 4 parts of the components as well. Okay, so we start with putting our cap and our socket on. So with this die, that socket then just clips into there.
Yeah.
And just holds in place.
Oh, lovely, yeah, that's
Okay.
secure. Ah, so that goes in the top.
So that goes into the top, that drops into the bottom there, and then we just place that hole over that post, and then just push down again. Okay, and that's that side on.
Brilliant. Just show you, that is so clever, look. You've got, and how gorgeous. I mean, instantly, it's only a scrap of cork, but already it looks professional and smart. If you make and sell things, having these kind of finishes on them is just going to wow your customers.
Yeah, it takes it to the next level. So, and then this is the stud. So this stud, again, it just clips in to there, so that's not going anywhere. Okay, and the reason why we have these things that they clip in is so that everything's perfectly aligned. That way then, so when you're using hand tools, the problem you have is that something goes squiff, and then you get dents and you get all these other things. And then this post goes onto here. So if you, I don't know if you can see this, Stuart.
It's like a little pin there, isn't it?
But that little pin, so that
Oh, and it
retracts.
pushes down, I
Okay,
see.
so what happens is as we bring that socket down, it goes onto there, and then that post then splays out. It squashes, and that's what holds it in place.
Very clever,
Okay.
very clever. This is really bringing professional tools into the home, isn't it? So you can get really slick professional results.
Well, absolutely. So the history of the green machine is actually, it was an industrial piece of kit that the owner's father used to use. Unfortunately, when that business disbanded because of making clothing within the UK, and especially within London, was so expensive, Ash then had all of this kit, and we decided to have this then redesigned so you can take it home and do crafting from home.
Bro, we love it.
Okay, so you can see I've just positioned that again over that hole. Again, we just push down, push through, and then there we've got,
look,
there is our rest spring press stud.
Fabulous. It's absolutely fab. And this could be on a tab to close a bag or a pocket. It could be on clothing. This could be down the front of a jacket, a bomber jacket, something like that. It's fab. It's so slick. Now, I do need to let you know that if you want to go for the green machine with rainbow metalware and all of the dies, I've got less than teens left. I'm almost down to single figures on that. So if you want to get the green machine with the rainbow, remember there's split pay, 3 of them. So 0% interest, you don't pay a penny more for choosing the split pay option. £55.66 to get that whole bundle home. And this is your starter set, but remember there's more than 200 different items that you can put through your green machine. eyelets and studs and skulls and pearls and you name it.
Absolutely, yeah. Pyramid studs.
More
bunch studs.
messages.
Yep.
More messages. Let's do it. So this is from Derek, who's in the Scottish Borders. Derek says, "Hi guys, love both my green, blue and pearl machines. 3 excellent purchases." Thanks, Derek.
That's fantastic.
And Liliana's got in touch as well. Liliana says, "I need both of these. Question, please. Could I use the pearls as buttons?"
More of a question for you, I think.
I know exactly where you're coming from. I think from an aesthetic point of view, 100%, and I think they would look beautiful with sort of maybe like hand-worked buttonhole loops that go over the pearls or something. That would be beautiful. In terms of durability, where you're constantly, if it was on a cardigan or something, on and off, how durable are those posts? How durable is the fixing?
Well, as I said, so you can sell from there. I mean, that's quite strong on there. You've got that piece of denim there as well, which is slightly lighter of fabric, but again, they're still quite secure on there.
They are really durable.
But it is about, you know, if you put it on the cardigan, again, you've just got to reinforce where that's going.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that that pin doesn't pull through.
Yeah, because it is only a little head, isn't it? So if the fiber's pulled apart, that can pull up. So yeah, it would depend on what you put them on. But I think it was definitely worth a go.
I'd like to see that.
Actually. Yeah, I really like that question. Thank you. One more? It's like question time with Dave, isn't it? "Hi guys, love my green machine, but can't find double-capped silver rivets. I can only find single ones." This is Peter in Putney.
Sewing Street.
Sewing Street have double-capped silver rivets.
Absolutely.
You have a look on the website.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got them. We've put them into stock for you.
Peter, if you're having any problems finding an item,
give us a call.
Call the call centre. 0800 001 4433. It's a free phone number. They're here in the building. They will find whatever you want. If we've got it, they will find it.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thanks,
Brilliant.
Dave.
No worries.
Right. Okay. So that's the green machine with rainbow. Now, I just want to remind you that there are 4 different options, and the difference between the 4 packages is the colour of the metalware. The rainbow version is just about on single figures. That is the slightly more expensive option because of the rainbow finish. But then the silver, the gold and the bronze are all the same price, a little less. You get all of your fitting tools. We'll start with the bronze. So this is your bronze colour. And this have that lovely sort of antique. This is like a sort of pair of Levi 501s, isn't it? It's that kind of bronzy, kind of goes with everything.
It's a nice subtle finish to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's classy. When I'm bag making, if I have nothing else, I will always go with the sort of antique bronze. $49.99 is your split pay. So get the green machine and all this metalware, all these for under £50. Get them home and start using them.
And your free patterns.
Of course, yes, your free pattern from Adam Brooks. Silver next. And this is a gorgeous kind of clean, nice, bright silver. 100 rivets. And remember, on a bag, when you're applying a handle, you might put 1, you might put 2, one above the other, rivets on each side to hold your handle. That might be the only metalware that you need on a bag, but it's that little finish. You get 100 rivets there. You've also got your
S-spring press studs.
S-spring press studs. And your magnetic snaps, 10 of each. And then gold is the final option. And it's a proper, gorgeous, bright gold. Beautiful. Yeah. A little bit of treasure there. Beautiful. Fabulous. Those are the options. Now, we've got some studs and eyelets and things on their own. I need to head over there, Dave. Do you want to come with me?
Of course I will.
With me. Come with me. These are absolutely fab. Well, there's loads of options here Dave, I'm just wondering if we could start with the jewels.
So these are our 8mm Diamante rivets.
Gorgeous.
So you get, so these
got no screen at the bottom, it's gone black.
So these are designed as add-on kits. So once you've got the mega bundle, once you've got the green machine on its own, you can buy this, and then you get the appropriate die set, and then a selection of the hardware as well. So you've got everything you need to keep you going.
So do these use a 3mm hole cutter?
No, so on these have got a serrated back to them. So you don't need to use a hole cutter with those.
Oh, brilliant. So
They'll
actually, we might have just bought a green machine and have no starter set even.
Yep.
We could still buy this
Absolutely.
and use it.
And that's why we don't supply the hole cutter with it.
Ah, fab. So you get your fitting tool. You don't need a hole cutter. This is the fitting tool to fit them.
That's right.
And look at these gorgeous. These are fab. So they look like an amethyst purple colour. Oh, typical. There's all sorts of different colours. So what have we got? Like a bright hot pink, a turquoise, a green, a bright red, sapphire blue, some purples, some
Violets,
pinks.
violets.
Oh, this is nice. Look, like rainbow coated, clear. Do you see that rainbow kind of? Beautiful. And then that one is like a clear. Those are the diamonds. They're not diamonds. Just let you know that. $39.99. So how many do we get in total?
So you get 13 different colours.
13 colours, and how many of each?
10 of each.
I can do the maths. That's 130 Diamante rivets. Now, you could use these practically to attach shoulder straps.
Yep.
But equally, you can use them as decorative purposes.
Well, I was going to say, so you could get something like this.
Bring it over a little bit for me. And turn it around. Yep.
There you go. And then you could change these up. So you could actually then
oh, yeah.
put those in each of those. So
Yes,
instead of
you
using
could.
that, so they would absolutely really bling that up and make that
I love
look
that
really,
idea.
really astounding.
I
So,
love that
so they're incredibly versatile. And as I said, even with this type of leather, you wouldn't need the hole cutter. That will absolutely pierce through for you.
Right.
Incredibly easy to use. The one thing I would say on these is, whereas a double cap rivet is weight bearing, these aren't. These are a decoration.
Oh, I see. So you wouldn't really use these to put your shoulder straps on then?
You could put them on the shoulder strap, but not to hold it together.
Not to hold it together.
Absolutely.
Fair enough, Dave.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, I get that. I get that. They're brill. Absolutely love those. And remember, you don't need to buy separate fitting tools. You get the fitting tool included in the box for $39.99. It's a very, very good value set, this. And it comes in the box, so you've got your storage as well. Even got a little hanging tab there, so you can hang them on the wall if that's how you organise your stuff. Those are brill. All right, those are the Diamante. Let's be a bit rock star now. You know where I'm going. I think this is fabulous. These are the skulls. I kid you not. A box of skulls.
So you're getting 100 skulls. Now, it's worth saying as well, that box is quite heavy, isn't it?
It is.
These are metal, they're not plastic. You're getting 100 pieces of in each colour with the appropriate...
In each colour?
In each colour with the appropriate die set.
So, am I right, there's 4 different colours?
Yep.
You've got your antique...
So your bronze, your gold, your gunmetal and your silver.
Look. It's like my vanquished foes and enemies. I hold them in my hand and crush them. Sinister. That is pretty sinister. I love them. They are so cool. And then you've also got, these are your little pins that hold it to the garment, to the bag, whatever you're fitting them to. And are these weight bearing or are these not weight bearing? They're more decorative.
I mean, yes, Yes, they'll take some weight because of how those pins work. Again, those pins will expand within there. They'll hold more weight than certainly what your Diamante rivets would use. But again, anything to do real weight wearing would be your tubular rivets.
That's fair enough. Well, of course, with your shoulder strap, you could put one rivet in to hold it.
Yes.
And then one skull to bling it up.
Yeah.
And you get your fitting tools. Do you need the hole cutter? A hole cutter for this?
Those pins will actually pierce through.
They'll pierce as well. 67.34. They prove very popular. I've got 13 sets left. That's all. That's all. Phenomenal value as well. You get 100 of the bronze, 100 silver, 100 gold, and 100 gunmetal, plus 400 pins.
Yep.
That's so cool. I love them. I love them. I actually really like the idea of putting these on something that was quite kind of floral and pretty and almost hide a few little... Do you know what I mean? So you've just got that sort of, oh, let me look. Oh, it's a skull. Wow. Or go full on rock star and put these on a denim or leather jacket. Because these will go through leather, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Leather and denim, they're absolutely perfect for. And I'm sure you would have seen Jordan's video. He has all of the skull rings and everything else.
This is your son.
That's it. And he has all of these. So he introduced these, and they are surprisingly popular.
Oh, yeah. No, I think they're absolutely brilliant. Really, really cool. Right, grab those while you can. Next up, cam snaps. So these are a plastic, like a popper.
Yes.
But these work with the green machine too.
Yes, absolutely. So these are a lightweight popper, generally used on children's clothing, but you can apply them to whatever you want, really. But they are plastic. They are still quite secure. They're very nice and simple to fit. And as you can see, they come in a nice range of colours as well.
Bring over this side for me, sorry. Yeah. Right, we'll pop the details up. So I'll just show you that again. So there it is. I love that colour on denim. It's so gorgeous. So this is your little, oops, hang on, try that again. There we go. So might we use these, could you use these on the front of a shirt? Would they hold a shirt?
You could do. I think I'd prefer to use snap poppers rather than cam snaps, but you absolutely could do. But they are very, very popular because of the colouring on children's clothes, on nice little purses, on maybe if you're doing sort of folders for your artwork and things like that, and you want to put it on some acrylic or something along those sort of lines, they'd work on that perfectly.
Yeah, that's really cool. So you get loads of white, loads of black.
So 120 of each of the black and the white, and then 20, I believe it's 20 sets of each of the colours.
Great. So you've got like a cream, orange, lime green, like a kind of fluoro, light blue, and a pink. Plastic snap die set and snap starter set. That's the right details, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Perfect. The colours look different on the web. Is that our mistake, do you think?
It may. I've put this pack together myself this morning, so it may be that there's a slight difference.
Oh, okay.
In the
Can
packs
we have a
that
look
I've
at the
picked
website?
up.
Can we look at the picture that goes with this, just so we can show you? This is the picture that we've got.
You're getting the yellow and the red.
Fine, perfect. Okay, great. Well, they are super, super useful, very, very versatile as well. That's your green machine plastic snap die set. You do need the green machine to work with it, but any tools that you need are included.
Yeah.
All right, next up, let's go with these small studs.
So these are 6mm pyramid studs. These are spiked pyramid studs, and you're getting 200 of each colour.
So same colour range as before, gold, silver, gunmetal and bronze. And as you say, they are a pyramid stud, which means they've got, if I can just separate these out, they've got that kind of 4 facets, 4 triangular facets on the top, and then underneath you've got these little prongs.
Now, anyone that follows Sandy, you can see that she uses these quite a bit. They are for slightly lightweight, more lightweight fabrics because they're prongs rather than pins and things like that. But again, once they're on, if you're using the green machine, they're on. But I say lightweight, you'll put them through denim quite nicely without any issue at all.
Yeah, I am thinking denim shirt, something like that would be gorgeous. Or like, can you imagine something like a plain black shirt that had the gunmetal detailing?
Yeah, glistening off it, absolutely. The reflection would be lovely.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
And they're nice and lightweight as well, so you're not unbalancing yourself.
My numbers are very lightweight too, Dave. I've only got 15 sets of these left.
Wow.
£58 and 2p, and you get 100 of each?
200.
200 of each, so 800 of these pyramid studs, plus your fitting tool, and then if you want to replace them in the future, you can. Absolutely brilliant. We had a question, Dave. I think it may have come before we showed our last item, which is, can I use the green machine to apply cam snaps? And the answer is absolutely yes, because we've got cam snaps on the hour. So yes, you can. Yes, you can. Brill. Right, next up, can we do the Diamante eyelets?
Yep.
Because these are so gorgeous. These are absolutely beautiful. Now, same colour range as before, gold, silver, gunmetal and bronze. But just have a look at these bad boys. This is the silver. Can you see they've got Diamante in the top? I'm going to grab, this is the gunmetal. This is the gunmetal. How cool. Can you imagine these down the front of, well, it could be a bag or it could be a dress or something, with like a cord, lace-up cord down the front of a dress or down the back of a dress, like an evening dress. Put those either side of a split back and then have a gorgeous silk cord that laces through them. How beautiful would that look? Let me show you the gold. How would you use these, Dave?
So exactly how you said. So we have lots of people who put them on corsets.
Corsets, of course.
Yeah, bag making. But even some people who put them on sweaters for the hoods. So for the cord for the hoods and things like that.
Nice, nice. Are there 3 colours rather than 4?
So, sorry, yes, you're getting...
Sorry, there's 3.
Yeah, so
silver,
you're
gold,
getting
and
silver,
gunmetal.
gold and gunmetal,
There they are.
and you're getting 50 pieces of each.
Lovely. And then this is the other part of the eyelet, the kind of plain...
That's the back side of it,
yeah.
Now, because these are eyelets and they're 6mm, you need a 6mm hole. So you get 2 dies with this. You get the 6mm hole cutter, and then you get the 6mm eyelet fixing die as well.
So is that the...
So that's the hole cutting blade where it goes with the gold base, and then the other 2 pieces are then for fitting the actual eyelets themselves.
Oh, like you said, to pull the cord through for a hoodie. The other thing as well, Dave, I've just got a kit to make my own, like, sneakers.
Right, oh yeah.
You know, the fabric sneakers with the bosal in our form and all of that. And you need eyelets to thread your laces through.
Well, so shoes usually use 4mm, if I'm perfectly honest. But if you're making that much of a statement and a feature, why not go slightly bigger?
I want fat laces. And that's fat spelt P-H-A-T-T. Because I'm that kind of gangster. Love it. Those are brill. I love them. 6mm eyelets. 6mm eyelets. Oh, no. Hang on. We've got 6mm eyelets and we've got little eyelets as well. We've got 2 things. Right. Let's do let's do these. So this is the 6mm eyelet?
So these are 6mm eyelets. So these are just non-bling eyelets.
Yep.
But again, in the same size. The difference being with these is that you're getting 100 of these of each of the colours, and you're getting the 4 colours. So you're getting the gold, silver, bronze, and gunmetal.
Yeah. This is part of your absolute essentials, I would say. If you're a bag maker or dressmaker, these are your 4 colours. It's the same with things like your rivets and your press studs and your magnetic snaps. These are your 4 colours that you're going to use on everything. So you've got your plain eyelet, front and back. Fabulous. Love those. $39.99 for those. I've got low teens left of those. Those are real bread and butter metalware for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bread and butter. Yep. Yep. Make a list, Dave. These as well. Right. And then, last of all, these are super cute.
So these are your 9.5mm metal snap poppers. So these are really, really popular on baby grows, bibs. Again, you could use these on purses, just anything you really want to give a nice colour to.
Yeah.
They're nice and super lightweight, but they've got a surprisingly strong grip to them as well.
Yes. So this is like you see this on the front of the baby grow, don't you? And there's a bit of fabric showing through the middle there.
That's it.
Like a little ring.
So no hole cutter required for these. They're meant for slightly lighter weight fabrics. So those prongs will then just push straight through that fabric and secure to the other part of the stud.
Now, am I right? 6 colours.
Yes.
So you've got your silver black, baby pink, yellow, white and red. Plus your fitting tools as well. Do you need a separate hole cutter, Dave?
No hole cutter because they're pronged.
They're prongs. Brilliant, brilliant. So $39.99, fab. Right, while I put these away, Dave, let's talk storage. Can we do this bad boy first?
Yeah, absolutely. So,
gorgeous.
So this is really nice if you're carrying things around regularly, taking it to a class or something like that. So there's 15 compartments on each side of this. Okay, so it's 2-sided, so you've got 30 spaces in total.
That's fine.
But you can also remove these spaces in between to make those larger. They're deep enough to then keep in your die sets as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it could be the cutting dies or the fitting dies. Absolutely. So you've got this on both sides.
So you've got that on both sides. So 30 separate compartments. And the nice thing is once they're actually in as well, as John found out last time I was on, he filled it up with stuff, turned it upside down, gave it a good shake, and everything still stays in place. So it doesn't get mixed up at all.
No, I really like that. That's super smart, isn't it?
It's really, really good value as well. £12.
Yeah, it's fab. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. But equally, this could be your beads or your buttons or
lots of uses for that.
Right, now we've also got stackable, the green. Oh, that's the...
We're doing the die one first.
Right, okay. So this is a bit of a collab between you and MEB.
Emily, absolutely.
Roberts, yep.
She makes absolutely fantastic tools. So in a discussion with her, we got together and we said, let's put something together for our die sets to keep them all nice and organised. So this is the starter kit, which comes with 2 layers. There's also an expansion kit, which will then give you another layer and then another 4 posts. So we can keep building this one on top of the other. And you'll see that it's got spaces there. So for your base to go into, that one would go like that.
Right.
That's it. And then your base would go into there.
Ah, so that one would go in there.
That's it.
And that one would go in
the other way around.
there.
That's it. So just,
how clever.
just as they fit into the green machine is how they'd fit in there for.
Oh, how clever.
So keeps it all very nice and organised.
2 layers. Oh, good old MEB, eh? That's fab. Right, lovely. And then last of all, we've got the stackable boxes, which these are brilliant. So you've got a little drawer which has 3 compartments in. So £5.59 gets you one of these.
One of those.
Yeah. So you've got 3 compartments, a little drawer that all fits together. But of course, the idea is that you buy multiples because they will then stack and clip together. so that you can then form little units so you can store. So in this configuration, I've used 4 different units altogether. So I've now got 12 different storage compartments in there, and you can see what's in there from all sides.
Can I just show as well, similarly, you can put them side by side as well. So if we do that, if I can get this the right way around, there we go. Ooh. So they then slide together. Helps if you put it on a table, there we go. And then they're secure that way as well.
Oh, that's really clever. Love it. Oh, it's so cool. I love storage. Quick message before we go. I love my green machine. I missed the blue button machine. Is that coming back, R-Scale?
Absolutely. So it is back in stock. Unfortunately, because we've only had an hour today, we haven't had a chance to show it, but it is available on Sewing Street's website.
Fab. Have a look online. You'll be able to get it there. Dave, thank you so much. Brilliant hour.
Pleasure.
Wonderful. I want to blink everything now. We'll see you soon. Now, don't go anywhere because Helen McCook is back with some brand new projects. I'm in love with these bags. So stick around for that. I'll see you after the break.
See you later.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
We are back with the fabulous Helen McCook. Hey, Helen,
Hello,
welcome back.
hello.
And back for a full hour. So we have started this hour slightly late, so we are going to tip over into the 12 o'clock hour so that Helen's got her full hour. Now, Helen, this hour, we have got some fabulous new projects.
Absolutely, yeah.
Totally in love with these.
Thank
And a real mixture, actually, of different materials and different techniques as well. So quite different to the last hour.
Yeah.
Where shall we start? Let's start with the Over the Rainbow bag. This is, I mean, we've started with my favourite. This is glorious. So this, you could easily get a tablet, a large tablet in here. This is such a beautiful bag or pouch, a small laptop maybe.
I can
or,
get my laptop into it.
Can you?
Mine's a big laptop.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It is gorgeous. What's this stitch called?
It's called, depending on where you're from, Byzantine or Byzantine stitch. And it's just the same stitch throughout the whole piece, and the wool does all the work for you.
I love the sound of all of that. What's it actually worked on? Because it feels pretty sturdy and rigid too.
Yes, it's one of my favourite things actually. It's plastic canvas. So this is a 5-count plastic canvas, and that means that again, while you're stitching, the structure's already there. So, and the lovely thing about it is, if you wanted it big like this, it can be for a laptop, iPad, etc. If you wanted to make it smaller and make it more for a clutch bag, you can make the fold come down a bit further so that you can use it as an evening clutch. So,
could you make two?
You could, yeah, you certainly could. There's plenty of thread and fabric, everything's there for it.
Get your full instructions. And they're really detailed instructions too. Look at your gorgeous yarn.
Isn't that joy?
It's
joy in a
absolutely
ball.
beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And I can see you've used double thickness
I
as
have,
well.
yes.
You've got your lining fabric as well. Is that a felt?
It is.
Felt lining. Oh, I like that for a tablet as well. Screens, things like
bit
that.
of softness.
You've got all the needles that you're going to use because you're going to be doing different jobs, so you need different needles.
Absolutely.
You've also got your 2 magnetic sew-on snaps, your machine thread as well. And then you've got your plastic. Yeah. This is very cool.
I love it.
It's very cool. I like that too, a lot. So you've got your full kit, £50. It's a very, very good price. It's brilliant. You've got the whole kit there. You really don't need anything else at all.
No, it's all self-contained. And the nice thing about it as well, quite often I'm saying, you know, you need to work in the hoop advisedly. This you can work in the hand because it's structured. The plastic canvas has got a lot of structure. So this is the kind of thing, if you're somebody who has to travel to go to work, you're on the train or whatever it is, this is the perfect thing to put in your bag and whip out on the train. I've been doing this. I've been travelling around getting this out, doing a bit of stitching, putting it back again. And because it's all the same stitch, you don't lose yourself in it. It's such a nice thing to do.
It's gorgeous, really smart. All right, we will have a demo of this shortly, but I'm going to pop this to one side for now because we've got more new kits to look at. Now, next up, we have got the Heritage bag kit. Now, this I absolutely love. This is so cool. It's double-sided. You've got that gorgeous interior. This is super smart. You could add a little hanging cord or a chain or something if you wanted to wear it as a bag. What do we get inside the bag? Let's have a look. Inside the box, rather. So you've got your full instructions. Oh, and look at these beautiful, beautiful yarns that you get.
So these are Appleton's wools. So
yeah, I've used
very,
them for
very
tapestry.
good company, British company, long heritage. And we know that if they fade within their colour family, and that's over many, many years. So a fantastic quality product.
You've got your magnetic snap, you've got your thread, you've got your beautiful grey felt for inside, and you've also got your plastic canvas. This is a different size plastic canvas,
This is a 7-count plastic canvas.
It's a bit finer. Then you've also got your needles that you're going to require. So again, a full kit for £60. And Appleton's wool really is an absolute dream to work with. It's such beautiful, hard-wearing wool. It is a wool, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
And you
it's
get a hank of each colour, so you get a lot of wool in there.
Such a stunning project. It really is lovely. That's the heritage version. Now, Chris's favourite, I think it's really cool as well. It's kind of really fresh and just a joyful pop. And that is the neon. Here is the neon. Well, I could just imagine that, take that on holiday as a clutch bag.
That bit with a bit of denim, you're good to go. Or a lovely linen. It's so Appleton's brought out this incredible neon range a couple of years ago.
Oh, this is also Appleton's?
It is, yeah.
Wow.
It's not what you think of when you
Not
think of
at
Appleton's, but I
all.
absolutely love it. And it's just made me feel really inspired to do a whole load of things in canvas. So I did this one first and then thought, OK, let's do a heritage version. And then that led on to the Over the Rainbow bag, which I was just immersed in colour at that point.
Yeah,
so.
oh, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, a full kit. You don't need to add anything. A pair of scissors. That's all you need, a pair of scissors. You've got absolutely everything else. You've even got the thread to make up the lining as well. It's beautiful, double-sided. Can you vary the placement of the
Yes, yeah, you could. So basically, if you imagine with this, because it's a repeat pattern, so you've got blocks like this, and then I'm mirror imaged and then mirror imaged again. But you could play with them. You can have stripes that go across. You can do whatever you like with them. You've got this, you're going to be doing the same amount of coverage with the same amount of wool. So, and you've got extra wool in the pack as well. So
it is beautiful. Is that used singly?
Yes.
Yeah, really gorgeous. Now, we've also got some, again, completely different techniques. We're going to start off with the Celtic, is it Celtic Heart?
Yes, Cariad, yeah.
Gorgeous. That's right here. This is beautiful.
Yeah, so this is, it's got the same kind of couch technique that we saw earlier with the Japanese gold, and it's held down with colour around the edge, and then you've got long and short or silk shading in the middle. And I just love the idea that you can use that kind of placement of light and dark to give the idea of something going over and under and kind of weaving in and out the intertwined kind of effect that you get there, and that kind of really bold background.
It's absolutely beautiful. So I can see here, yes, this is that same technique with the Japanese gold thread held down with couching.
Exactly so. So this is actually inspired by two things. So kind of Celtic knotwork. I spend a lot of time in Scotland. My family's Scottish. So I love that kind of traditional kind of heritage work. But also I really love Welsh love spoons. And Cariad means darling or sweetheart in Welsh. And I just really wanted to kind of pay homage to all of that kind of lovely heritage that we have. So yeah.
It's really beautiful. It's almost like a belt buckle, isn't it? It's really lovely, the kind of entwined. And if I turn it this way, you can see the hearts entwined with like a square. It's very clever, it's beautiful, it's lovely.
It's almost like, think about knotwork as well, it's like an infinity, isn't it? So it's the idea that love never has an end.
Yeah.
It's a continuous thing. So
Exactly, yes, absolutely. So that is called Carrot. And you get the full kit for that, don't you?
Yes, you do, yeah.
Wonderful. Next up, the Tudor Rose. Now, if I was to pick one thing from this morning which sort of epitomises kind of fine embroidery and beautiful work, it's this. I think it's absolutely stunning. It's the Tudor Rose Silk Shading Kit. So what is silk shading?
So silk shading, sometimes known as needle painting, sometimes known as long and short. Long and short's the technical name for it. But it's basically where you're filling in an area with stitches. Some are longer, some are shorter, and you're trying to create a nice smooth appearance to the long and short. And you can see on the printed fabric there, you've got all the angle directions that your threads are going to go in. So there's no mystery as to which direction you're leading in with your stitching. So you've got 2 layers of fabric there, you've got your calico to go underneath the top layer, and that will give it just a bit of strength and stability. I would advise doing this one in a frame, so put it into a hoop, just because you've got a lot of dense stitching there, so you're going to basically want to make sure your fabric doesn't pucker, particularly in areas like the gap between the areas of work, so the gaps here and the gaps here. Those are the areas that are prone to kind of puckering and bubbling, because you've got really heavy work next to it and then a gap in between that's got nothing in it. So just keep an eye on that as you're working and make sure you're tightening that frame up as you go.
Beautiful. It's really lovely. $34.99 for that full kit. You get your needles included, everything that you need. And I love the fact that the fabric's actually printed with the design.
Yes.
So you're not having to sort of having to trace
Oh
off.
no, all my things are ready to rock and roll.
Brilliant.
Yeah, you're good to go.
And then last of all, we've got a piece called Out of the Blue. Now, we've actually got that here framed. There we go. That is stunning. Oh. Absolutely stunning. So is this more of a, would you call this more of a free-form embroidery?
Yes, it's a bit of a free-form embroidery, but it's a bit of a goldwork sampler. So if you've been wanting to try goldwork and try some of the different techniques in that, and again, you didn't want to kind of do huge amounts, you want a tester of different types, this is a really good kit for that.
So what sort of different techniques will we see?
Yeah, so you've got couching in a couple of different types of metal. So you've got twist, you've got rococo, you've got Japanese. You've also got some pearl in there. You've got a plique for the orange areas there, the little kind of star shapes. You've got cut work, which is sitting over the top of soft string, so that's this area through here where it's raised. You've got some little bead application and sequins, and spangles in there as well. So you've got all sorts of things, and chips as well. So as I say, it's small areas of a lot of different types of techniques.
It's gorgeous. It's a real, yeah, as you say, a sampler, a chance to try different techniques. $44.99 for the complete kit. And Helen, you're going to show us a little bit of that later, aren't you? Which will be wonderful. But for now, we're going to go back to Over the Rainbow, to the Over the Rainbow. And is there a little something you could show us? This is the Over the Rainbow bag, which is just joyful and gorgeous.
Right, I had a needle here somewhere. I put it somewhere clever. Right, what we're going to do is, rather unusually, we're going to use quite a long amount of this. So I'm actually going to, normally we use fingertip to elbow lengths of embroidery, but with this I'm actually going to go double the length. So I'm going to go the full length of my arm to actually start work, because we're going to work with a double length. Now this thread, I absolutely love it because it's got the colour changing all the way through. It's ombre through your rainbow. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get both ends of the thread and I'm going to pop the two together. They just look like tropical fruit, don't they? They're beautiful, the colours. The colour combinations you see in here as you're working are so inspiring. I was kind of like going, oh, that's a great colour combo together. So, so what we're going to do is we're then going to start off. Now you get your plastic canvas and you're going to put your loop through, and then I'm going to come back up through that loop and thread through, pull it and pull through, okay? Now you're then going to start thinking, okay, there's my first stitch. I'm going to now go over that again. So I'm going to come up in the first hole, I'm going to miss the second hole and go down in the third hole, okay? And then going to do the same thing just above it. So up here, miss one, down in the next one. And the same again. So that's 3 stitches of the same length, and now I want to put a little half stitch in. So up in hole 1, down hole 2, so I get a little square edge. I'm then going to jump back down to here and do the same thing in the other direction. That first one here counts as the first one in the new direction, so I want to do the same thing in this direction. So 1, 2, down in 3. And you can see the colour is going to start to change as we're working with the thread. Don't try and control it too much. It's going to give you some really, really lovely hints of colour, okay? And I'm putting a half stitch in now, okay? So that's my first row started. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to the point. I'm going to count that same hole as 1. You share the hole, miss 2, up in 3. And what you want to try and do, generally, it's not the end of the world if you don't, but you want to try and go down in a shared hole, okay? Now, this is a really good tip whenever you're doing counted work. Now, the canvas obviously has big holes, so it's not the end of the world if you don't, but it does mean that you're not going to dislodge any of the tension of the previous stitch. Everything sits smoothly. So I'm going to fill in 3 stitches. I'm going to then come up 2, 3. Just going to move my needle along and across 2, 3, and then up, up 2, 3, and then a half stitch to finish this row. Be careful not to sew all your ends in. Where's the end? There it is. Keep moving your needle along. Now, I'm running out of thread here, so what we can do is we can either bring your thread up, leave it there, and then as we continue to work, we start new threads, as we continue to work, we work over that thread on the back and it holds it in place. At which point, when you get to this point, you can then snip that tail off and it's held in place. The other alternative, some people find that a bit annoying, or they're kind of worried about those threads just dislodging. So what you can do is you can flip it over and you can stitch into the back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over and under some of these stitches. But then you don't want to just do that, you want to change direction. So I'm going to go loop over and do the same thing again, so that it doesn't become dislodged. Now, as you put your mounting on the back, the felt, it becomes more secure.
Yeah.
And as the bag's used, these back stitches will felt together, but don't just slide it through and think it's going to be safe. So it will undo itself if you're not careful. So that's either option works, but if you're doing the back one, make sure you're looping through because it's not as tight as when you stitch over. But when you start the new thread, you literally just, sorry, could I? Just so that, because this is the point that people start to worry about what they're supposed to do with the colour. Start yourself another thread. Do the same thing to start, and I want to finish that row because I'm still in that colourway. So what I'm going to do is thread up, finish that row. And there's no right way or wrong way to working round this space, but you just want to try and make sure that you're in a sensible position. So as I say, we can loop through. and then you can see the colour makes sense at this end, so you're continuing here. Once you've done that, as I say, you'll just be ready to start the next row. So you can see it builds in quite quickly.
And do you have to choose the next colour, or is it literally what comes off the ball?
No, the lovely thing about it is it's as it comes off the ball. So you can see this is the kind of colourway that I'm in here. It just runs through the different colours.
Yeah,
so it
you're
goes
about
through
to go
the
into the yellow,
so it
aren't
goes
you?
up here, yellows, and then you can see it goes into these pinks, then the purples, and the blues, then the greens. There's such amazing colour ways in there. Don't try to overthink it. You're going to get some lovely combinations, and that's what's so joyous about it, isn't it? So it just really gives you some fun. Don't worry if a colour changes abruptly, you know, stops here and starts again to another one. You can see, and sometimes as well, because you're working with a double layer, a double thread, sometimes it can be that the thread that's sitting on top is one of the slightly different colours.
It's a little bit blended, isn't
so
it?
So it blends through and it will work overall, so it's really nice.
Embrace the serendipity.
Absolutely, I love that phrase. So that sums up most of my career and my designing choices.
Generally, yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's gorgeous. It's such a beautiful bag.
Thank you.
And really achievable, rather rhythmic and hypnotic, I think, watching Helen sew like that. And one of those things that's really going to kind of take you somewhere else while you're sitting and sewing, because it has got that lovely repetitive quality. Got to think about the position of, you know, the next hole to go into, but it's simple and rhythmic. I think it's lovely.
It's so relaxing doing this as well. I've just ordered a huge delivery of canvas, the plastic canvas, and some other colourways and some other things. There's so many stitches to play with. Expect to see more of these because I'm so excited. And having had a conversation with Dave Green, I was like, well, there's some things we can do with those too, isn't there? So
excellent.
Expect a hybrid situation with all the bells and whistles.
Sounds wonderful.
So, yeah.
And so just keep stitching like that.
Exactly. It's just so nice. And as I say, if you've gone over here and you want to get over there, you can just jump or you can just slide underneath on the back and then come up ready to start in your next direction. Okay? It's a really, really forgiving method of stitching. It's so nice. Your eyesight isn't an issue. It's really big. And because this is white canvas, as I say, if you are struggling with your eyesight, just make sure you've got something dark on your lap or on the table, and it will show the holes up even clearer. So you can see if I just pop this dark booklet, suddenly you see how clear those holes are.
Completely.
So it really can help. So it's a stitching technique for everybody.
It's a really good tip, really great technique as well. I think that's fab, yeah.
I think it's also, some of these bags and things, people quite often say to me, like, I love embroidery, but I'm running out of wall space. I don't have anywhere to put my embroidery anymore. So a lot of the things that I've brought today, you'll notice they've got applications like products. So things that you can use your embroidery in day-to-day life and really enjoy them. And I think it's a great way of actually introducing maybe younger people to embroidery as well. Maybe you've got somebody at home or somebody in your family or social circle that's interested but doesn't know how to start with it. Sit down and share your skills. This is a great way to actually make something so that they're interested as well.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely beautiful, really, really lovely, practical thing, but something you're going to so enjoy making. Remember, it's a really simple bag construction. You don't need to have ever made a bag before to be able to make this. It's easy to make. It's lined with felt. You've got those magnetic snaps, but they are sew-on ones, so they're added on once the bag is made up into a bag, so you'll get the perfect fit. And then on the back as well.
The lovely thing as well is, because you've got the holes up the edges, obviously, because it's canvas, we've got this hole around the edge here. That's how we construct it together. You're going to basically over sew, so you can see the edge of this using the same wool, and we're over sewing. So we literally decide how big we want this bag to be. So you think, okay, just play with it. Just be like, okay, I'd like more of a clutch actually. I'd like it smaller with a bigger flap, so I can kind of do that with it. Because actually that's what I thought I was going to do originally. And then I thought, oh, actually, I need a new laptop bag, and that would be really useful. And with the felt lining, it really keeps it nice and safe. So that's why I kind of decided to go bigger. But as I say, just play around with it and think, okay, how big do I want it? And once you've got that, all you need to do to construct it is once you've got your lining on it, you're literally over sewing down the edge and come in one side and down the other. You're literally like through and then over and through to hold it together. And then you'll just over sew the edge just to get rid of the plastic. Look.
Fabulous.
So really straightforward.
Fabulous, yeah. Really cool project. Now, I don't even have teens of this kit left. So if you want to get the over the rainbow, this is the large rainbow coloured work bag. Get it in your shopping trolley and check out.
And never been seen before, exclusive, only been here, designed for here. And the reason why it's called what it is because obviously we're in Pride Month, but also my granddad met Judy Garland and said she was amazing.
Oh, how cool.
Said she was amazing.
How cool. A message from Alison. Alison says, can you run through the contents of the kit again, please? I'm late to the party. Don't be sorry, it's not an issue at all. So, over the rainbow kit, I have got right here. So in there, you get your full instructions, first of all, and they're always nicely detailed. Just move that over very slightly.
Yeah.
You get a beautiful ball of this fabulous ombre rainbow yarn.
And that's a wool acrylic mix.
Fabulous.
Nice and stable.
You get all the needles that you're going to need for this. So a couple of darning needles?
No, they're tapestry needles,
they're
number
tapestry.
18.
Got you, thank you. You also get your felt for your lining. You get some machine thread on a bobbin and also 2 magnetic snaps. They're sew-on snaps for the closure. And then you get a great big piece of plastic canvas, which makes up the body of the bag. So you don't have to add anything at all. Avril's got a question for you.
Yes.
Morning, Stuart and Helen. Loving the show. Could you please tell me how big the canvas work bag is? Thank you.
Just thinking
tape
you
measure?
might have a tape measure
I've
here.
got a tape measure.
You've got a tape measure?
Yeah.
Lovely.
We've actually got tape measures for sale on the show.
Aha. Of course we have. Oh, dear. Yes, that second cup of tea didn't engage my brain.
Do you want the bag?
Did it?
I'll pass you the bag.
Yeah, perfect. So the bag size that I made in centimetres, you're looking at 35 centimetres wide. And then the total height, we're looking at 26. But equally, the canvas size that we've got, because you've got lots of kind of configurations for how you can play with it. So you're looking at 56.5 centimetres by 34.5 centimetres.
Perfect.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's a nice size, and as I say, you can do lots of things with that scale-wise.
Right, while we've been measuring, everyone's been checking out their baskets. I now only have 6 of these kits left. So if you want the over the rainbow, there are 16 of you with it in your baskets, but only 6 kits left. So if you want to get that, you do need to check out your basket pretty quickly, please. And thank you. Now let's go through the heritage and the neon while we're about it. I'll give you your yarn back. So heritage first of all. Now this is using beautiful Appletons.
Yes.
Is it the tapestry or the crewel?
Tapestry wool,
Tapestry,
yeah, so that's the bigger
beautiful.
size.
Yeah, gorgeous. So you get, look, all of your tapestry yarns from Appletons. I've used this for tapestry and it is an absolute dream to work with. So beautiful. You've got your full instructions. You've got all of your yarn. You've also got your magnetic snaps, or snap rather. You get one. You've got your machine thread for sewing up your lining. Grey, beautiful, like a mélange felt. And then you've also got your plastic canvas, but that is a 9-hole?
7.
7, beg your pardon. Yep. So again, full kit, you don't need to add anything else at all. You even get your needles. So that's the heritage. Then we've also got neon. Well, if you want the heritage again, I've got low teens left. Okay, the neon then. Now, I was really surprised because I associate Appletons with very kind of traditional.
I know. Very jazzy.
It is. This is gorgeous. Well, I just think, you know, on holiday, you know, if I'm going to Ibiza.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what? It doesn't matter if you're on holiday in Somerset. I'd rock that down.
Absolutely.
Down there.
Yep. Glastonbury.
It's perfect as well because you can put your specs in there because it's got like the felt on the inside. You know, you can put your specs, your lippy, whatever it is you've got along with you. I mean, you can even fit a soft paperback book in there or a little Kindle or something, your reading implement. But it's just a nice size, isn't it? And it's just quite durable because, as I say, it's got the plastic canvas base, it's got the felt on the inside, and the wool's so durable. That's the lovely thing about Appletons. You know how they're going to behave.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter if it gets in the sand, gets a cocktail on it. It's going to be okay.
Okay, great,
So
brilliant.
It's to be lived with, isn't it?
Yeah,
So-
absolutely. Yeah, it's really beautiful quality wool to work with. Fabulous. And of course, your structure's provided by the plastic canvas, so you don't have to add anything else. It's brilliant. Thank you. £60 for that. Right, let's go to the acorn tape measures. These are absolutely beautiful. We've got a couple of different ones here. Now, the wood can vary.
Yes.
But it's all British wood.
Yes.
You're telling me this is based on a Elizabethan?
Regency.
Regency.
So think Jane Austen period. So I absolutely, as we know, love history. So I am a bit of a needlework tool geek. And I used to work in an auction house, and one of the things that we used to deal with was needlework tools, antique needlework tools. Fantastic chap called Robert was in charge of that sale, and I used to see these incredible antique needlework tools and think, why don't we have things like that anymore? So I commissioned a lovely carpenter in the Lake District to create these, and as I say, they're British woods. They're just really beautiful to have. They're kind of thing that they're fun.
Yeah.
They're functional and fun. And they're the kind of things that you'll pass on. They make incredible gifts for yourself. I'm a big believer in gifts for yourself.
I agree.
As well as for other people. So, but it's just the kind of thing that you're going to treasure, and it feels like a joy to use it as well as it doing its job properly. So
they are beautiful. $49.99. Because these are handmade in the Lake District, we have got incredibly limited numbers of these. I mean, we're just about single figures now. So if you want to get hold of something, this is a real treasure, isn't it? Beautiful. And each one is going to be a little bit unique, a little bit different, because they're all handmade. And of course, wood by its very nature is always different, isn't it?
That's the thing. I just love the fact that, you know, nobody's going to have the same thing as you. In a world where everything's so mass-produced and, you know, I just think it's so nice to have something that's special to you.
I agree.
So.
Beautiful. Now, next up, again, made by the same maker in the Lake District.
Yes, absolutely.
What the seam rippers. Now, again, these are made from different British woods, and these are reclaimed wood, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, they are.
They'll vary, but it's at random, okay? So tell me about these.
Yeah, so again, it's one of those things that a seam ripper we're all familiar with. We all have one and we all use them with great regularity if you're anything like me.
Sure.
However, you know, we're all masters of the art of unpicking. However, it's one of those things that I really think that your tools that you use regularly should be beautiful. And again, it's that idea that, you know, having one thing that you keep for a lifetime and pass down, and that then becomes synonymous, so people see that in your work basket, they covet that, and then you leave it for them, and it has a legacy that goes beyond your usage. And I think that's the nice thing about things that are made well in the first place and made beautiful in the first place. And I just love the way they feel in the hand. It should feel like a pleasure to use these tools. That's what it used to be. So yeah, just trying to get back to that a little bit. Well, if you're going to do something, well, you may as well be decadent about it if you're going to have to do it.
I agree.
If you're going to have to spend your time with that tool in your hand, make it something that feels nice.
No, I'm totally with you. I'm totally with you. I've just bought some seam rippers, which are hand-turned.
Yeah.
They're absolutely gorgeous. These are beautiful. $49.99. Again, I have incredibly low quantities of them. Now, next up, we're going for something which most of us here have never heard of, but this is a melour.
Melour,
A
yes.
melour.
So these ones are brass. People may have seen, I brought them once before, and they sold out very quickly and people asked for some back. So they're brass. It's a strong, sturdy metal, really good multifunctional tool. And we use them mostly originally for gold work and metal thread work, but we also use them for canvas work. So if you're wanting to control, you remember I said about with the canvas, you could have a particular colour sitting on top. If you want to try and control that a little bit more, you can use your laying tool to kind of work over the top and ease them in so that you've got a lovely finish that you're controlling.
So like, for example, on the bag here, how would you use the melour
So if I wanted to control and have that yellow colour on top, I can, as I'm stitching it, I lay the threads over and then make sure I've got that one sitting on the top with my laying tool.
Gotcha.
And then that makes sure that I'm seeing more of that in the mix. So where we're using things like ribbon embroidery, you can really kind of smooth the ribbon into place. I also use them when I'm doing mounting my embroidery, so where I'm pulling up the tension of stitches, where I need a real kind of tight tension on things. So melours are really, really useful and outside of gold work, but these ends, the sharp end, the pointed end we use for working laid work over and also the cut work. And then the rounded end we use to nudge pieces in, because we try and, once things are in place with metal, we try and not handle the metal much after it's placed onto the fabric. So you'd use the end of this. Yes, the more you're handling it, the more you're tarnishing it, all the kind of oils and acids on your fingers. So we use the laying tool to just nudge things into position and to kind of make sure you're getting a smooth curve, etc. So yeah, really handy.
I do only have 2 of these melours left, by the way. You've been checking out very quickly on those. Right, last item on the show, I've got these gorgeous little flowery needle keepers, and you actually get 2 in the set, one larger, one smaller. These are cute.
Yeah, they're really sweet, aren't they? So they're completely random designs, but they're really fantastic to put on your, they've got super magnets on, like strong magnets. You put them onto your embroidery hoop and then you can keep your pins, your needles, etc. on top. Stops you again ending up with them all over the carpet, you know.
Yeah. So you would literally put that either side of like your plastic canvas or something like that?
So so I can pop it on, it's nice and strong, and then you can park your, scissors if you need to, but you can park your needles and pins on top and it stops you losing them. You can kind of, they're also quite good if you want to roll your fabric back out of the way. So what you can do is you can roll your fabric out of the way and then use the magnets to hold the fold so that you're not stitching into them and catching.
That's a good idea too. Remember, you get 2 for $7.99, a larger flower and a smaller flower, and get 1 of each. But the colours and the designs would be random. Okay, we've got a little question for you about plastic canvas.
Yes.
This is from Susan, who's in Nottinghamshire. Hi both, can you tell me how many holes per inch the plastic canvas has?
Yes, so for the rainbow bag, it's 5, and for it's 5 threads per inch. For the neon and the heritage, it's 7. So it's a really nice scale. You can see if I pop, I've got a pen here, if I pop that on, that's the scale of the heritage and the neon, and you can see that the scale of the rainbow is bigger. So if you are concerned about being able to see it, then potentially go for the bigger one. But as I say, also always put something darker underneath it, because as I say, if I just pop that under, you see how much clearer those holes become. So it's quite a good way of you being able to see if you're not too sure.
Yep, fabulous, great.
Lovely.
Now, can we do a little bit of demo? I think we can do Out of the Blue.
Yes, we are.
We'll pop the details back up for Out of the Blue. It's a really beautiful sort of sampler of goldwork techniques, which you could frame. It could be a box top. It's an absolutely beautiful piece of work. And uses, what, about 5 or 6 different techniques?
Yes, it does, yeah. So we learn how to do soft string, we learn how to couch and plunge back a couple of different types of metal. We also learn how to do chips, apply your spangles, your sequins, your beads, how to do a bit of applique with extra fabric, and then cut work over the top in smooth and in bright check.
Sounds fabulous.
So, yeah, so what we're hoping to demonstrate today is smooth soft string. So this shape here is raised where our cut work's going to go over it, and because the cut work metal is very soft and malleable, we want to have a nice firm padding underneath. And it's a bit like the foundations of a house. If your padding isn't right, if your foundation isn't right, the house is never going to sit correctly.
Okay.
It's the same with gold work, because the gold is very soft. So if you've got lumps and bumps in your soft string, which people quite often do have when they start off, then it's not going to read correctly when we actually do the work over the top. So what we want to do is, I've got my soft string out. It looks like yellow kind of soft cotton, and what I've got is my beeswax. So I've beeswaxed all of this, but I want to show you how we're doing that. So normally you would not do it over the top of your fabric, because I don't want little bits of beeswax going over the top. But I'm going to do, you know, kind of 50 centimetres at a time, but I'm going to do the whole lot because it all needs beeswaxing. So whether you're using it this time, and it is extra in the pack, but if you use all of it now, that's fine. If you don't, it's beeswax ready for you to rock and roll with it. And what that does is it makes it a bit more malleable, a bit more, it's easier to sculpt with it, and also means that I'm going to get sharper edges. It slightly compacts all the fibres together. Right, so how do we work out the size? So I've already got a double thread of waxed machine thread ready to go. And I want to be able to allow about an inch extra at either end. So I'm going to allow an inch extra, walk round the shape, and then allow about an extra inch. That becomes my marker, okay? So I'm going to measure off. Now, we kind of get pieces of this same size, and what we want to do is, if I just lay that on the top, we can't tell what that gives us. I want a piece of, I want enough pieces of soft string that I'm going to fill that shape, and then also have a nice height as well. So what we do is, to tell what that's going to give us, we twist the soft string, and that tells us that we need a lot more soft string than we've got currently. So I'm going to untwist it and keep going. So we're going to keep checking as we go to check that we've got enough soft string to fill that shape. And that's the reason why it's always better to kind of check each shape that way. It's better than someone going, oh, you're going to do 20 pieces, or for example, you test the shape, so always test it. So twist it and then see what we've got. So we still need some more, so I'm going to add some more. So it's always good to see this process, as I say.
And the soft string that you're using, is that a special thing made for gold work?
Yes. Yeah, so it's what we use traditionally for padding. It's a cotton thread.
Yes.
But we use it particularly for gold work. You can get it in white as well, if you're using silvers or light coloured metals, for example. But yeah, so
and then you're cutting through all of the loops.
I'm cutting all the loops so that I can manoeuvre them when I'm cutting things away. So I'm going to see what I've got here. So I'm going to give it another twist. So I need a bit more still. You use more of this than you think.
Gosh, yeah, I was surprised actually when you started.
You've got a 5 metre length in your pack, and you'll use a good amount of that, but you will have plenty left. So don't worry about that.
But do you think, spend the time getting the foundation right? Yeah, it's so true about all things you make, isn't it? The preparation's got to be right.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, the prep work quite often isn't the fun bit, because, you know, if you're doing gold work, you like sparkle. This is not sparkly, but the sparkly bit isn't going to sit beautifully and give you the finish that you want that's going to wow everybody if you haven't done this bit. So what we're going to do then is, this is sitting really nicely. I can twist it. I can see I've got a nice height and width to that. I'm going to untwist it and place it loosely over the top. So then I want to work over the top. I've come from one line. I'm going opposite onto the other line. Okay, so I'm going to hold this down. And then what we're going to do, I'm going to work up towards this point. So I'm going to, this shape tapers, so I'm going to come up on the opposite side, go down on the opposite side. I've left a gap of maybe 1/2 centimetre.
Mhm.
And you can see at the moment in the middle, it's a bit puffy. And I need to put enough stitches over that to make it nice and smooth and solid. That doesn't mean I've got to entirely cover the whole thing with stitching. I'm going to put a stitch in the middle and then another stitch in the middle until I've got a shape that looks nice and smooth and even. Okay, so...
But you're able to manipulate the soft string with the machine thread to kind of make it smooth and shaped.
Yes, exactly.
It's a very clever technique. It's lovely to watch how you work.
And the thing is, actually, it's a technique that you can use in other things. So you can use it to pad when you're doing a plique, when you're doing, you know, you can put fabrics over the top of it, you could stitch over the top of it, you could put beads over the top of it. So it doesn't have to just be for metals. So it's a beautiful kind of sculpting technique. So that's nice and smooth. I'm going to work down. And then after I've done this group, I'm going to, after I've smoothed this group out, I'm going to cut away some of the threads of soft string because I need to lose some of these to get to my taper. So I'm going to trim away. So I'm going to even out this space. Make sure your stitches are sitting at the same tension, preferably. So if you pull some tighter, it will dent into the soft string. And if you leave some of them higher, you're going to end up with them sitting loose and flapping around. So neither of which we want. So there's no right and wrong to the amount of stitches. As I say, you just don't need to solidly cover it. You just need enough stitches. So go in with a light hand. Make sure that you've got as few as you can get away with, but still getting a nice smooth coverage.
Right, okay.
Now what we're going to do is we're going to cut away some of the threads. So if I cut from the top, you're going to see a step in the effect on the top, and the metal on the top will then drop away. If I trim it from underneath, I'm giving it an undercut basically. So, so trim from the centre underneath. So take a good number of these away.
How do you know how many?
Well, what you generally want is if I just get my pen out, because I've got a point, by the time I'm about 2 to 3 millimetres away from the end, I only want 3 of these left.
Okay.
Far left, far right and top centre. So I know that between here and there, I need to get rid of all the rest.
Right, got you.
So you can count them and then just put even increments, little dots on that you're going to cover up anyway and think, okay, I need to get rid of 6, I need to get rid of 8 by this point. So, but you can do it by eye as well if you're feeling nice and comfortable about it. So I'm going to get rid of a good number of these.
But always from the bottom.
Always from the centre
That's really
underneath.
clever to hide the fact that you've cut them away.
It gives you a lovely smooth drop.
It makes sense.
Right, so what we're going to do then is I'm just going to give these threads a pinch over here to try and keep them together. You see the wax helps to make it sit.
Yeah.
Don't pull these because you can end up pulling them out because they're only held in place by the stitching over the top. But what we're going to do is place the point of the scissors to the point of the shape, and then I'm going to give a good trim through. Now I can either angle it for a really slow cut or I can tip upwards for a really quick cut, but I'm still tapering whatever I'm doing. Okay, so you can see I've got a nice sharp cutaway. And I'm going to bring these back in over the top, give these a pinch in the new direction, stitch over the top of that.
Yes, and I see as well how you're using your fingers to almost pinch it into shape. Yes, and that's the beeswax that helps you to do that.
It's really helping you along the way. It's
I've
really
been
helping with
listening,
every
miss.
step you have. I'm very
listening.
impressed. It's a technique that you don't really see in other things, so it's quite interesting when you see it. And I think it's little demos like this that having the opportunity to show people on the show is fantastic, because it's things like this that people go, oh, I don't know if that's for me. But actually, when you see it, it's quite straightforward.
Oh yeah,
It's
I think
just
this
practice.
is super interesting. I've seen a few demonstrations of gold work at sort of sewing shows.
Yes.
And I've had to stop myself just standing there for hours just watching, because it's so interesting. I think it's very cool.
It is. It's a great technique, and I think there's so many different ways of working with metals. And
So
then,
are you trimming away more now?
yeah, I am. So I'm trimming away again because we've got quite a quick taper on this. So I'm cutting away again, point of the scissors to the point of the shape, trim away.
And I can see as well, because I can sort of see from the side how the whole shape is tapering and narrowing, but it's still really smooth. There aren't lumps and bumps in it.
No, that's it. You're wanting to try and control that. So I've got one more lot to cut away before I need my 3 left. So I'm going to identify which 3 I want to keep. So we said far left, far right, and top centre. Okay, so think about a jester's hat. Welcome to my brain.
Absolutely, thank you.
And then we're going to trim all the others away. So I'm going to trim those exactly as I did before. Okay, so that was 3 cuts we've done so far. We're going to pinch those back into position.
It's like a little cornucopia at the moment,
Isn't it?
Oh, one lifetime is not enough, Helen.
I know. People say to me, like, do you do quilting? Do you do this? Do you do that? And I'm like, no, because one obsession at a time.
Yeah.
I know what I'm like. I'd run like mad, run mad through all of it. And to me, there's so many things, even just embroidery wise, there's so many techniques. It sounds like it's very niche, and then you step through that doorway and a world appears in front of you. And you're kind of like, oh, there's so many things to do. And then you start looking at the combination of things together, and you're just like, wow, I'm never going to get to the end of this.
Absolutely.
And that's what I love about it. Right, so we've got to that point. I'm going to cut through my soft string. Again, point of the scissors to the point of the shape, give it a little pinch. Work over the top.
And that's just going over those kind of
Absolutely.
raw ends.
Yeah, keeping them all intact, no fluff, just nice and controlled. Because what we don't want, if we've got fluff at this stage, when we put the gold over, the fluff will come through the gaps in the gold and you'll have just a really unsightly finish to it.
Yeah.
So really kind of work down to the end. And then to encourage that point, come up just about 1 millimetre away from the end.
Yep.
Go down about 1 centimetre down into the central of the body of the soft string. And then do a couple of over sewing stitches to just hold that in position. And it just helps to stop any metals rolling off the end of the soft string shape.
Got you.
So it just really helps to achieve that point and get a lovely finish. So you can see that's a really nice technique to see.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's fascinating to watch you do the whole thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. If you want to get hold of the Out of the Blue Goldwork embroidery kit, last few chances now, I've just got teens left. It's $44.99 and it is a sort of a gentle introduction to about 5 or 6 different goldwork techniques. You'll do enough of each one to consolidate what you've learned, but you'll be itching to get onto the next technique. And so you know on a piece this size, you're going to get there before too long. I think it's a fabulous introduction.
Absolutely. Do we have time to show you how to plunge your gold? Because somebody asked for that earlier. If we don't, that's fine. If we
Chris,
do,
if you can do it in about a minute,
right,
you can do it.
tapestry
Absolutely.
needle, lasso. So you've got buttonhole thread, put the 2 ends together so you get a loop. So that's called a lasso. All you need to do is you take individually, take your ends of metal, take your gold, your needle down where you want your gold to end. So you've got a loop. Put your tail into the loop so that you've got the body and the covering of the gold in that tail into the lasso. Then you've got all of that loop of gold to pull before you start pulling your working area. Pull that through to the back and then make sure it's fully on the back and not rolling around. So you take the needle down anywhere, as I say, you want that end to be fastened off. Now, that's because the thread is frayable, as I say, so you leave that tail and it smooths it all in. Now, what you do on the back then is you take a double thread of machine thread and then you over sew over the top of it. So you'll leave a gap of about 3 mil from the plunge point. You'll over sew 3 or 4 times into the stitches because you're bending it back on itself. So you're over sewing into the background fabric and into the stitches you've got on the back, not onto the top layer. And then you'll leave about 0.5 centimetre and cut the excess off.
Perfect. Brilliant. I think that was literally 60 seconds. Amazing. Thank you. Right, we have just put the details as well for that amazing dragon goldwork embroidery. Yeah, let's just pop them back in one more time. This has been absolutely a superstar project today. The Flying Flame or Nue dragon kit. It's on split pay. You can either pay the full amount of £140 today or choose split pay, and that's all you do. Choose split pay. It's 0% interest, no credit checks, no forms to fill in. You just pick it, and then you'll pay £70 today to get it home. Couple of things just to mention before we finish. The Cariad, the entwined hearts, inspired by Welsh love spoons. The old romantic you.
I know, I am.
I love things like that too, though.
I love it. It's the detail, though, isn't it? It's what makes you tick.
And the heritage. I love the idea of somebody longing for somebody and, you know, whiling away these hours carving something to think about them or embroider it.
Yeah,
what a lovely way to think of someone special. That's Cariad. And then the Tudor Rose has been very, very popular too. I think when I think of fine embroidery, this is what's in my head. Something like this beautiful, fine silk shading. Just exquisite. What a delicate thing. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Helen.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. It goes so quickly.
It does. It's been a wonderful couple of hours, though.
You.
And thank you for bringing to life these
my pleasure.
Centuries-old techniques.
It's fantastic to get to share it with people, and it's such a great forum to be able to share techniques with as many people as possible.
Yeah,
so
we
thank
love
you.
it. And just showing us like how to plunge the gold thread.
Yeah.
Doesn't take long, but now we know how. Thanks, Helen. See you soon.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Now, I hope I'll see you even sooner, i.e. after the break. I've got an hour of Brother Sewing machines. I've got the VQ4, very special machine. I'm going to be doing some demos on that. I've also got the Brother FS250, again, at an incredible price. I'll be doing some demos on that too. So if you've got any questions about sewing machines, do get them in, and let's have some fun after the break.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Now, this final hour on Sewing Street is all about the Brother sewing machines, the VQ4 and the FS250. But I want to start with some really good news for anybody who was watching earlier on while we were here with Dave Green and the Green Machine. Now, there were two items that I'm going to do a fabulous price crash on for you. The first one are the skulls. Do you remember the skull studs? I mean, they're absolutely brilliant and they've been incredibly popular. Loads and loads of them are sold. Now, they were showing as £67.34 and you get like hundreds of these skull studs with the fitting tools. They're down to $39.99. They should have been $39.99 earlier. If you checked out your basket earlier on, you'll pay $39.99. So that's the first bit of good news. The second bit of good news is the 6mm pyramid studs. They're the 12, they're the big ones. It's small. Thank you, thank you. Those are the 6mm. These little pyramid studs. Do you remember? These ones, earlier on the show, they were £58 and 2 pence. Guess what? $39.99 for these two. Our mistake. But don't worry, everyone that's checked out pays $39.99. But if you were looking at those earlier on and thinking, oh no, that's a bit steep, well, $39.99. We've still got a little bit of stock, but not much. But a brilliant price crash, $39.99. Thank you, Dan. Right, the glasses are going on. It's time to do some sewing. Right, so this hour, I've got two fabulous machines. I think probably our two best Brother Sewing machines. They're at different ends of the scale price-wise, but both absolutely fantastic machines. We've got the VQ4 from Brother, which is a pretty new machine, actually. Incredibly popular. And I've also got the Brother FS250. Now, regular price £799 for that. Whenever we have it on air, we drop that price to $399, and today is the day we are doing that. So if you bought it any other time, you would pay that higher price. So grab it today while you can. I'm going to be doing some demos on that. But let's start with the VQ4. So much machine for the money. Now, normal price, $3,490. If you go, actually, to the Brother website to buy this machine, it is, I think, if I remember rightly, £3,799. Or it might be $3,000. Anyway, we're dropping that price. Come on, let's do it. It's not £3,499. You're paying under £3,000. It's £2,999. Now, I'm asked this question all the time. What machine should I go for, Stuart? And I know this sounds like, well, you would say that. But with any hat on, you know, if we were best mates and you said to me, what sewing machine should I buy? I would say the same thing. And that is, buy the best machine you can afford. Best brand. Buy a brand of sewing machine that you know and trust, or that is known and trusted by sewers. So Brother, straight away, fantastic. Buy the best machine you can, because most of us, in fact, I think all of us, evolve as sewers over a period of time. So even though where we're at right now might be, I've just started, I'm doing very basic stuff, you will not stay there for very long, trust me. You will want more features. So try and get a machine which is feature-rich, and the most feature-rich that you can afford at the time. And then it will give you the greatest longevity, the greatest versatility. Now, if you've got into your sewing and you are absolutely loving it and you just want a fabulous machine which is not going to hold you back in any way, well, I think the VQ4 might just be that machine. It is absolutely beautiful. Now, to start off with, I've got to talk about the size of the machine and the size of your stitching area, because this is one of the things which I think as novice sewers we don't think about so much, but we soon come up against the problem of a little gap that's just too small to get a quilt through. Now, your throat space from your needle to the back of your machine, I've left my tape measure behind. Oh, Kat, would you mind just the green one on the wall? That's brilliant, thank you. I don't want to say I think it is. I think I know what it is. Thanks, Kat. Okay, we're talking inches now. Yes, I was right. It's 11¼ inches. Now, if I put that into context, your Brother FS250, most smaller regular sewing machines, your throat space is about 6 inches. Some of them are smaller than that. So this is nearly double the throat space. Now, we have a fabulous picture of the machine with a quilt rolled up under it. And look, this is probably like a double quilt rolled up and absolutely going through that space with ease. So that 11¼ inch throat space is going to make quilting big quilts on your domestic sewing machine so much easier than trying to cram it through a tiny porthole. So there's the first good news. The second bit of good news, or the second thing which I think is a huge boon, and you can see it in that photograph, is the extension table, which is massive. So, of course, this does mean that you're going to need a decent-sized table to put it on, but I would say that's a problem we can easily solve. You've got 4 independently adjustable legs, and this table is actually going to end up giving us 24 inches of sewing area. I'm going to pop this to one side and then I'm going to fit it. So to fit it, you've got your accessory box on your machine. This slides away, and while I'm here, I'll just show you that here in the large accessory compartment at the front, you've got space for loads of regular feet. You've got another bobbin case there. At the back, you have got a second... Whoop. You've got a second storage area in the back. And when this is off, excuse me, this exposes what we call the free arm. So you have the free arm of your sewing machine. So we're going to use this mostly when we're dressmaking, sewing maybe cuffs on, or turning up trousers, or constructing trousers, or bag making. Okay, so with the accessory box off, I'm going to grab the extension table. I'm mentioning these 2 things first because for me, as a serious sewer and somebody who wants to get maximum out of my machine and maximum out of my time, these are the things that matter to me. It's this throat space, 11¼ inches, and then it's this space, once I've got the table on, of actually over 24. It's about 24½ inches of space now to support my work. So my quilt is going to be held, this sort of anti-gravity, if you like, is going to make the job of manoeuvring my quilt so much easier. A lot of people buy tables to put their machine into, so they've got a table of this size to work on. You've got this included, okay? And those legs underneath, these are adjustable. So if you're working on an uneven surface that's a bit higher here and a bit lower here, you can adjust them separately so your surface is flat and even. Now it also comes with a knee lifter. So the knee lifter goes into a little hole on the front of the machine. This sits under the table, and then you use your knee and push against this bar. And what this does is it actually controls the presser foot, and it lifts and lowers the presser foot. So rather than having to press a button to do it, or manually lift and lower the presser foot every time you want to change direction, you can now do it with your knee. And once you've done that, it's like having a third hand under the table. It is so useful. I wouldn't use a sewing machine in my studio that did not have a knee lift. You get that included. So I'm going to take the extension table off just so that we can see more of the machine. At £2,999, this is absolutely amazing. And there are split pays as well, don't forget. Are we 5 split pays, Chris? 5 split pays on this, so £599 and 80 pence to get this incredible machine home. Right, now let's talk about general, what do I get in the box? What are the main functions? We've got a nice screen for this. Thanks, Bruce. No, the previous one. You were right the first time, that's it. Right. So that extra long arm, basically the heart, the space between the needle and the back of the machine, 11¼ inches, 285 millimetres. It's huge. You've got that large touchscreen LCD display. Now look, 473 built-in stitches. It's absolutely incredible. And these you can navigate through easily. They're grouped in categories on the screen, super easy to go through. You've got 14 styles of automatic one-step buttonhole. So any application of buttonhole, you have got it. You've also got a direct dual drive foot, which adjusts to different thicknesses. And I'm going to show you that really quickly. So rather than having a walking foot, what you have is this dual drive foot. And so it looks like a bit of a beast, all right, but it's absolutely amazing. And it plugs in. And it plugs in because rather than having the standard kind of second set of feed dogs on the top, those little teeth, it's actually got this drive band. And this is actually sensing the thickness of the layers that it's going over. So if you come to a ridge, a lump, a sort of heavy bit, this is going to read it, send the information through. This plugs into the back of your sewing machine, and then the presser foot pressure is going to adjust to accommodate that extra thickness or that less thickness to keep your stitches even. It's such a brilliant thing. And then you'll see at the moment it's not wearing any shoes. You actually get 5 different sort of sole plates for it. So you've got your kind of open-toed walking foot style. You've got a closed toe. You've got this like easy view. You've got stitching in the ditch. You've got stitching near the ditch. It is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. This is just your walking foot package. But you see, you can use that for construction, dressmaking, making heavy drapes or blinds, something like that. You do, of course, as well, get things like your darning foot included as well. You're not going to be buying an extra darning foot. You've got 2 different options on your machine. You've got an open-toed, if you like the clear visibility. You've also got closed but tiny little hole. And this actually means that you've got incredible vision of where you've been and where you're going, because there's really almost no foot getting in the way, if that makes sense. So for free motion quilting, for free motion applique, for darning, for men, these are the feet that you're going to use. Wonderful. Wonderful stuff. Another thing that's really clever about this machine, you have got, now we call it the sonic screwdriver, but it's not a sonic screwdriver. And it's not a laser pen either, because the laser would just burn a hole through your machine. But what you've got here, let me just quickly show you on the machine. So, got my little wand. Is it in the side? No, it's not. We'll have to find that. Okay, it's no problem. Right, so you have got a laser pen. I'm going to plug it in. You have to plug it in. For which I need my glasses. Right. Thank you, Dan. Everybody needs a Dan. It goes in there. So you've got your little pen and you've got a laser light. Okay, I'm going to pop the laser light on. Thank you, Dan. And at the moment it's flashing. All right. So what you can do now with that laser pen, okay, is you can you see it's flashing at the moment? You can move it over. So if you want to stitch in a particular point, or you want to line this up with the edge of your fabric so that you're sewing a perfect distance away, this could be how you achieve your perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance, or stitching diagonally from one corner to the next. You might be doing stitch and flip corners, something like this, half square triangles. You no longer need to mark those lines, you can follow a light. If I pop a piece of fabric under there, or a bit of Boselin form actually, and if I pop that straight into the centre, and that is okay. Once I've said it's okay, it's going to stay exactly where it is. And then if I'm stitching with a centre needle position, I now know that I am going to be sewing perfectly. I just keep my eyes on the line, on that. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. I just cut my thread. There we go. And I am now sewing perfectly. I'm following that laser light. And as I get to this point, I make sure that that laser light is exactly where I want my stitching to be. And now I have stitched perfectly from one corner to the next. Very, very clever, which means it just makes construction so much easier. Now, this laser pen has different multiple functions. It can move the position of the needle. It can help you to stitch to a particular point or taper embroidery stitches down. It's absolutely phenomenal. That laser light alone is worth getting in the machine. It is really wonderful. Okay. We're going to just go through what's in the box and what you get included as well. So you get so many different feet. You get all of your regular dressmaking feet and construction feet. So things like your automatic buttonhole foot. You get things like your zipper foot and your overcasting foot, your blind hem, your button sewing foot as well. You get your free motion quilting feet. You get two different ones. Obviously, you get your dual feed foot. That's that sort of huge kind of walking foot that plugs in the back of your machine. And you also get all of those different feet that go on it. So, for example, the stitch in the ditch foot and the couching foot, the 1/4-inch guide foot. So you can do your patchwork piecing using your walking foot and get a perfect 1/4-inch foot. Absolutely amazing. So if you've got £2,999 and you want to get an absolutely incredible machine, go for it. Absolutely brilliant. But I've also got the other end of the scale, which is the Brother FS250. Now, what I would say, again, I'm asked advice about, you know, what should I buy as a sewing machine? And I liken this back to when I was an exercise teacher and I would get asked the question, how much should I spend on my trainers? And I would say, because you can buy fashion trainers that might cost £500-600 or more, but you can also buy a pair of trainers for, you know, £10. So what should I buy, which are any good? And I always used to say to people, look, there's a minimum amount that you should be spending on a machine, really, to make sure that you're getting something of quality. Usually that means you're going to get very limited features, but the basic use of it is going to be good. And there are definitely machines around the like £400 to £500, I think is the right sort of price for your beginner machine. Okay, about £400 is probably the minimum, if you can, that I would say to spend for something of quality. Now that said, if you spend that money and get a very basic machine, it's likely sometime very soon in the future that you'll have to replace it because it won't have enough features. The holy grail, I think, is if you can spend about £400 and get a machine that's going to last you for years and years, not just because it's quality, but because you've got all the features. And this is the machine. This is the machine. Because it should be £799, but here on Sewing Street, whenever we feature it on air, we drop the price, and this is what we drop it to. And this is wild, £399. Now, for £399, if you look at other brands and other machines, you will get a good quality base, but you will probably get about 10 to 15 stitches and about 3 feet to go with it, which is something that you might have to replace at some point in the future. I think for £399, this is the best value sewing machine that we do, because you've got 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, numbers, punctuation, a memory that has space for 50 characters, so you can do labels, you can do personalisation. You've also got 8 automatic one-step buttonholes. Incredible. Most machines of this price, with a quality machine, you're going to get 1 or maybe 3 buttonholes. You get 8 different buttonholes. And you might think, isn't a buttonhole a buttonhole? No. If it's on heavy fabric, stretch fabric, vertical, horizontal, the buttonhole you use on a shirt, the buttonhole you use on a coat, 2 different things. You've got them all on your Brother FS250. Now, you've also got a really comprehensive range of feet. They're in the accessory box on the front of the machine. So you've got things like your overcasting, which will do a similar job to, well, for neatening the edges of your raw edges of your fabric. You've got your button fitting foot for sewing buttons on, your blind hem foot, your regular piecing foot, your utility foot. Now, you don't have a 1/4-inch foot in this box because you don't need one, okay? Because with the regular foot on your machine and stitch number 46, you will sew the perfect 1/4-inch seam allowance. And that is delineated on the stitch guide, and it's also in the instructions. But I often get asked, can I buy a 1/4-inch foot for the FS250? And I say every time, you do not need to buy. I mean, you can buy a Brother 1/4-inch foot. Do not need it. It's got a 1/4-inch stitch on it. And actually lining your fabric up with the edge of the foot is the most reliable way to get that perfect stitch width. You've also got an automatic needle threader on this, which I think is the most reliable and simple to use. You've got a top-loading bobbin. It is super easy to operate. I was talking to some people yesterday about long arm quilting and sewing machines and things like that. And one lady there mentioned to me, she said, you know, I've got a friend who just will not buy a computerized sewing machine. She always buys a manual or a mechanical sewing machine, because she thinks that the word computerized means it's going to be very technical, it's going to be very difficult to use, or she's going to need a computer to hook it up to do. Okay, the computerized simply means it's got a kind of a brain in there. It kind of does some of the thinking for us. So very, very easy to operate, very intuitive. And when you pick your stitch, it's even going to tell you which foot you need to put on. They're all have letters on them to identify them. It's even going to tell you which foot to put on. So where in the past you needed to know your stuff, now the computerized part of your machine knows that stuff, and it will give you little hints. And if, for example, you forget to put your presser foot down and start sewing, your machine is going to beep at you. It's going to tell you there's an error, and if you regularly leave your presser foot up, you will soon know what that error means. You've left the presser foot up, pop it down, and away you go. Absolutely superb. Now, this is what we call the Maker's Edition of this sewing machine. So I've shown you the basic sewing machine package, but actually what makes it the Maker's Edition is something that Brother and I did together to make this machine the perfect machine for makers. And we called it makers because this is dressmakers, patchwork makers, home decor makers, whatever you're sewing, you've got the right package of feet, because included free. Bruce, do we have the picture of the 4 feet that you get? Amazing, thank you. So you get your walking foot included. Now, a Brother walking foot costs £40. You get that included, no extra money. You get a Brother free motion quilting foot. That costs £17.49. You get that included, no extra charge. You get a Teflon or non-stick foot. This is for sewing over, let's call them sticky/tricky fabrics. So things like oilcloth, glazed fabrics, plasticized fabrics, vinyls. The kind of things bag makers love using. If you use a regular foot, it'll just stick to the surface of the fabric and won't feed properly. We've included the non-stick foot so you can glide across those tricky fabrics with ease. And then that last foot, now this was a special request from me, and I thought Brother would say no. It's an invisible or concealed zipper foot. This one's for the dressmakers and the home decor makers who want to put a concealed zip, say, in a cushion or a dress. And there is no brand of sewing machine that ever includes a concealed zipper foot in with the package. It's always an extra purchase. I often get asked, can you buy a concealed zipper foot for the Brother FS250? And I say, yes, it's this item number, you can buy it. Well, when Brother said to me, help us put a package of feet together for a maker's edition, I'd said that, I mean, the 2 feet I wanted was walking foot, darning foot, and that was it. And then they said, well, go on, what else? And I said, oh, can I have more? Okay, well, what about something for bag makers then, the non-stick foot? And they said, fine, you can have that too. And I said, can I have one more? And they went, yeah, sure. And I said, well, dressmakers always want a concealed zipper foot. They went, yeah, we can add that in. So that's why you've got it. So that's amazing. And remember, £399, that's incredible. But then, Brother made a mistake. When they were doing the boxes, okay, they left 2 feet in from the previous fashion edition, which was the rolled hem foot and the sliding adjustable piping foot. They left them in the box. And we noticed when we got the first Maker's Edition, and we got in touch with Brother and said, oh, and they said, do you know what? You can have them. Your customers can have them. They're in the boxes. It's fine. So you get 6 extra feet. It's incredible. It's such a brilliant deal. But remember, any other day, you will pay £799 for this. It's only £399 when we have it on air, when we crash the price. So when we say today's the day to get it, that's the reason why. I don't want you spending £799 for this machine, which is worth £799. I think you'll agree, everything you get with this machine, you get a hard case. You get an extension table. Amazing. We've got a message. This is from Fran. This machine, it's so worth its weight. It's not heavy, but it's so good. I've even done buttonholes without machine issues / human errors. Well, this is the thing, you know, things like buttonholes. Fran, thank you for your message. Things like buttonholes can make or break an item, and it's often the last thing you sew on. And a really good buttonhole makes such a difference. I've got time to sew a buttonhole, haven't I? Let's do it. Yeah, I can use the automatic thread. Of course I will. Let's do it. Right. 2 in 1. I just need to check, actually. I don't know if I've got a power cable. I think I have. Oh, yes, I have. Yes, I have. Brilliant. Okay, right. So that's that. So power's on. I'm just going to grab a bit of fabric. So first of all, let's just... I'll just thread it so you can just see. So your bobbin, it's a top loading bobbin. So literally you wind your bobbin and then you want the thread coming off so it looks like a letter P. So with the tail on the left-hand side. And then you just drop it into the space and there's a little arrow to show you which way to take your thread, and there's a thread cutter at the end. So that's the bobbin all threaded up. And then the top threading is... I always like to use my thread like it's dental floss so that it goes through the different areas that it should. And then here's the needle threading. So I'm going to drop the presser foot and then you pull down this lever, hook and through. And that is it. That is now threaded. Do you want to see it again? It's so easy. It's so easy. And I think for reliability, the Brother is brilliant. So I like to drop my presser foot so you can see what I'm doing. Pull this little latch down. There's a little hook that you put your thread through. And then there you go. You've got a little loop of thread and you pull it through. And that's it. Threaded. It takes seconds. But it also means that you're not reaching for glasses and you're not... You know, and all that shenanigans. We don't need any of that in our lives. We've got sewing to do. Now, if you wanted to do twin needlework, so you would need your second spool holder, which is not in the box, but you do get. Let me just... Oh, can we show on a picture? Basically, Fran's asked the question. Yeah, can you see that second spool holder next to the little brush? You get that. It's just not in the box. But all you do, Fran, is you put it onto... Oh, there it is. Thanks, Jan. Brilliant. Well done. Thank you. Right, all you do is you put it on your bobbin winder. So it goes there. So you've got one reel of thread here, one reel of thread here, and then you put them both through the threader. And now you can't use your needle threader for a twin needle because it doesn't know which needle you're talking about. So you do have to hand thread those. But that's how you do it. So it's just literally sits on there. All right. So let's get the buttonhole foot. All right. And this has a little slider in the back. And what you would do is, I'm going to grab a button. You grab a button, whatever you're going to use, and you sit that button into that slider, okay? And then you push the slider till it holds the button securely, okay? I just leave the button in there. Right, there's a little metal bar here, and that fits on the bottom of the ankle. The ankle is this bit that comes down off the machine, and all of the feet go on the ankle. It kind of makes sense, doesn't it? So you'll clip that on. All right. So that's in place now. And then one thing you need to do, can you see this little grey thing here? This pulls down and it sits behind. There's a little bit of plastic that sticks out. And if you push on it, it'll make the foot go back and forth. If you sit that in front by mistake and push on it, nothing happens. So if that's the case, you know it's wrong. You've got to be able to push the foot back and forth. So that's all set up now for sewing a buttonhole. I need to choose my buttonhole. So I've got 8 to choose from. I'm going to pick a regular rectangle buttonhole, which is 38. So 38. It tells me I need the A foot. I know that's the buttonhole foot, but if I didn't, it's debossed on the buttonhole foot. So I've got that all set up. I've got my fabric, and away we go. What I would say, my top tip when you're sewing buttonholes is to sew each time, sew one on a bit of scrap fabric, just so you know where the buttonhole starts and where it stitches to, so you can position it just right. And we're ready to sew. So let's do it. So it's going to sew the side. It's quite a big buttonhole because it's quite a big button. And now it's sewing the other side. Little bar tack at the bottom. Now I've used a very, very fine thread. This is an 80 weight thread, which we wouldn't normally use for buttonholes, but it's still done me a really gorgeous buttonhole. And then I'm going to lift the needle out. You might have noticed there that it actually did its own finishing stitch to make sure that the thread was secured. I'm just going to use the thread cutter to clip these threads off. You would normally use a pair of scissors, but I haven't got any. But there you go. There's your buttonhole. There's your buttonhole. Absolutely beautiful, and it's the perfect size for the button that we're sewing, and great on the back too. Beautiful. Gillian's asked a question. Good. I'm glad I like these interactive shows. Hi, student team. Very tempted. What is the white cable, please? Thanks. The white cable. That is for the pedal. So that's the foot pedal. So you can use it with a foot pedal, or you can use it without a foot pedal. So if you don't want to or can't use a foot pedal, then you don't plug it in, and then you've got a start-stop button on the front of the machine that you press, and that will start. So let me show you how that works. So I've unplugged my foot pedal. I'm just going to keep it there. All right. So now let's sew one more buttonhole. I'll sew it next to it so you can see it's exactly the same. and put the presser foot down. And this time, instead of pressing on the presser foot, I've got a little button at the front, which I'm going to press, which is going to set the machine running. Now, I've got this at full speed, but I can slow the speed down if I want to. Doesn't affect the stitching. I can speed it up if I want to. So if you're doing, say, like construction, patchwork, dressmaking, something like that, I'd probably have this setting on a medium speed. That's easy to control. But, of course, while you're sewing, you can speed it up, you can slow it down. And then I'm just going to lift my needle up out of the work and lift my presser foot. And you can see there, I've got another beautiful buttonhole, same as the first, exactly the same as the first, because your buttonhole foot is measuring the length of the buttonhole. You're not having to do it. Back in the bad old days, we used to have to do 4-step buttonholes, and this was a massive leap forward from absolutely doing it yourself. But you literally had to measure out the 4 sides of the buttonhole. This is automatic, 1 step. It couldn't be easier. Do you see how much you're getting for £399? Like I say, you can easily pay £400. That probably, I think, is about the minimum you should be spending on even the most basic, good quality sewing machine. But if you can get a massive package of feet, stitches and extras thrown in, then I just think go for it. Because you get so much. And all of the things that you would normally have to then buy as extras, like a hard case, an extension table, a walking foot, a darning foot, you know, all those extra feet you'd have to buy normally. You never get those feet included. You get them all included because this is the Maker's Edition, and Sewing Street and I worked with Brother, who we have an amazing relationship with, to put together a package that would really deliver. When Brother wanted to change from the Fashion Edition, which was our last edition, and that had things like a gathering foot and, well, it had the sliding piping foot. They left it in the box by mistake. Hurrah, we get that. You know, and they said, we want to do a Maker's Edition. What would makers want? Thinking I would be like, oh, well, patchworkers want this. But actually, I think we stitched it up with a perfect package that will appeal to everybody. A walking foot, a darning foot, a non-stick foot, and a concealed zipper foot, plus those 2 extra feet they left in the box. That's the rolled hem for doing tiny rolled hems on fine fabrics, and the sliding piping foot. You can also use that for zippers as well if you want to be able to really do micro adjustments and sew exactly next to the zip. We've got 2 more messages, thank you. Hi everyone, I have an FS250. It's very easy to use and it's made me a much more confident sewer. Donna, that is brilliant news. Thanks for the message. And also I suspect if you're saying it's made you a more confident sewer, if you're quite a beginner sewer, well done for getting a machine that you can grow with, and not just to a confident beginner level, but an advanced sewer level. Advanced sewers buy Brother FS250s and they get everything they need from them. Thanks, Donna. Hi, Stuart. Does this machine overlock? Thanks, I'm quite a novice. That's from Lynn. Okay, Lynn, the only machines that overlock are overlockers. So an overlocker uses 4 threads or 3, and it creates a particular stitch which you cut, or the machine cuts, and it stitches over the raw edge at the same time. However, what you do have with this machine is over edging stitches and a foot, which means that you can cut fabric. Okay, so if I just get a little bit of a raw edge, oh, I've got a selve edge there. Excuse me, and that edge is crinkle cut. Okay, let me grab the foot and I'll show you what I mean. So you've got. Okay, so the G foot, this is the over edge stitching foot. I'm going to turn it around so you can see. Can you see here in the, can you see here in the middle? Can you see that little vertical bar of metal? Like a little, almost like a pin right there where I'm pointing in the middle. Can you see that? yeah? What that does is, when you do your overcasting, so it could be a zigzag, it could be an overcasting stitch, that little metal bar holds the edge of the fabric flat and the stitching will go over it, okay? And what it does is it keeps the fabric flat. If you just try and zigzag over a raw edge of fabric, the fabric will wrinkle up and crinkle. But if you, I'll just fold that in, I'm going to fit the foot on and I'll show you. And there are various overcasting stitches. So there's ones that are stretchy for overcasting stretch fabric, and there are ones which are non-stretchy for if you're working with wovens. But let's just pick this, all right. And then I'm going to pick an overcasting stitch. So let's pick stitch number 8. Okay. I always like to wind my needle through. Amazing. Right, okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do that overcasting. And that little... Oh, I've unplugged the pedal, haven't I? Do you know? There we go. Right, so now I'm going to stitch along that edge. So that pin is going to hold the edge of the fabric down. So that as I'm stitching, and what I'll effectively do is can you see, I've got a beautiful edge. Now it's not cutting the fabric, but that pin is holding the edge of the fabric in place. So it does a really effective job. Now that said, you can buy a side cutter foot for this machine. Brother are the only sewing machine maker that make a side cutter foot. And with that foot on, it has a blade. It will cut the fabric off and you will overcast the raw edge. It's about as close to an overlocker as you'll get without spending £1,000 or £800 buying an overlocker. That foot costs $39.99. So for an extra $39.99, you can cut and overedge stitch. But I think, to be fair, that finish on the edge of fabric is actually pretty decent. This is the inside of a garment. I think that's a pretty decent finish. So I hope that answers your question. Do we have any more questions, Chris? Oh, bless your heart. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Well, exactly. You've saved more money by not buying an overlocker. Lynn, you have, really. I mean, the thing is, obviously an overlocker does an amazing job. And if you're really into your dressmaking, an overlocker is worth buying if you're going to do a lot of it. But like, for example, I do occasional bits of dressmaking. I've got an overlocker. I never get it out because by the time I've got it out, I can just put the side cutter foot on or use the overcasting stitches, and I've done a pretty decent job anyway. So, you pay your money and you take your chance, I think, with that. Oh, another question. Go ahead. Does this have a thread cutter? No, it doesn't. I wish it was. Like, that would be the ultimate, wouldn't it? It doesn't have a thread cutter. But you know what? For everything else that it has, I'll forgive it that. I'm just going to put the darning foot on for free motion quilting, all right? Remember, you get your darning foot included for no extra money. That would be £17.49 for that foot. And you think about having, a $39.99 walking foot included, no extra money, and those 2 extra feet, plus the 2 that were in the box by mistake. You've got a lot of extra value just in those feet alone. So that's now fitted. That's my darning foot. I've got a little switch at the back. That drops my feed dogs. All right, so my feed dogs now have dropped away. I'm now in free motion quilting mode. I'm going to go to a straight stitch. I'm going to use stitch number 2 because that's my centre needle position and a straight stitch. And I'm going to do a little bit of free motion quilting. Okay. So press the foot down, needle up, and I'm going to bring my thread to the surface. Okay? And let's do a little bit of free motion quilting. Dark thread on light fabric so you can see everything I'm doing. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So there's a little bit of free motion quilting. Okay, easy peasy. But equally, if you want to do some straight line quilting, some in the ditch quilting maybe, it's also really easy just to pop your walking foot on. Whoops. Like so. There we go. Just tighten that screw up. Just check out your baskets while you can, won't you? We've got the last couple of minutes to make that £400 saving. There's the walking foot on. I'm going to put my feed dogs back up, and now I can walking foot quilt. Beautiful, even feeding. How cool is that? It's a brilliant machine. I just love it. You'll love it too. I'm absolutely certain of it. All right, we need to have a look at the menu, don't we, for tomorrow? Here it is. I'm in back in the morning, 8 a.m. This is super exciting. It is the launch of the brand new Tilda fabric collection. It is called Wallflower. I think this is one of the prettiest ranges that Tilda have ever done. I have so enjoyed working with it, and so has Deputy Joan. That's at 8 a.m. Don't sleep in tomorrow. I don't want you to miss out on the Tilda Wallflower. Now at 9 o'clock, I am so thrilled. Rebecca Harrison is in the house. I haven't seen her for ages, with the Emporia Patterns Penelope dress. At 10 o'clock, again, how fabulous. Lisa Lamb is here with the quick crossbody back. Rebecca Harrison's back at 11 o'clock with more Emporia patterns, this time the Alice trousers. And at 12 o'clock, Lisa Lamb is back with a fabulous hour of PU by the roll and bag hardware. So a great opportunity to stock up your stash for bag making. If you've got the Brother FS250 or the VQ4 in your basket, check out. Try it at home. Remember, it is all about getting it home and using it. That's when you know that this is the machine for you. Right, I will see you bright and early tomorrow, but please don't go anywhere. Rosie is up next on Hobby Maker with fabulous paper crafting guests. Debbie Moore is in the house, and I can't wait to watch that show, so don't touch the dial, but I'll see you in the morning, 8 a.m.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time,